Welcome to a midnight live stream with Ronan Pawn on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn, your only midnight Ronan Pawn Twitch live stream on midnight, Monday, Sunday. It's our Sunday live stream that will be occurring on Monday morning tonight and last week as well. If you were planning for last week, then what you want to do is just plan for it to happen on Monday night. No, Monday morning is Sunday night, or Sunday morning, or Sunday day, or any time on Sunday, really. So you just mark that down in your calendar, you know, by going back a page. Welcome to the live stream. Will be, of course, Clustertrucking. Shut up. Will be, of course, Clustertrucking today. Which, step one is getting it on screen. There we go. So there's that. I'll tell you what, Kenneth, you're here immediately. Nobody gives a damn, but check this out. Check this shit out. Yo. Where's all of the buttons? What do I want to do? Come over here to get real. So number one, we've got, this is the pixel art for my game, presently. Can I not? I guess I can't. This is the pixel art that I cooked up for the first screen of my game. The first, this is your apartment will be made of these tiles. That's the floor, that's the wall. There's a sofa, a bed, a door, a window, a TV, I guess, a house plant, and a chessboard. These things will be in the apartment for the game that I'm developing, and the state of that game is as such. So, yeah, welcome to your apartment. I have not put all of the things in all of the places. There's supposed to be a door and a window and a house plant, and but I've got props online. I've created, I'm building this engine from the ground up for making this game work, and yeah, this is where we are after yesterday's big effort. It was a really productive. Oh, look at that! You can walk behind it. Yes, you can. You walk and you walk through it. Also, we don't have any hit testing as of yet in the engine. The character doesn't have a hit box. The props actually do have hit boxes, in preparation for, hit testing. Not doing that yet, just getting a rendering pipeline set up, which, does Z ordering, it's doing the thing. So, yeah, and my character is locked to, within the screen. Can walk up the wall right now. Because, again, no hit testing currently, so there's nothing to stop you from going to the wall. Eventually, this game will actually be locked to a grid, like a coordinate system. So you won't be able to just move anywhere you want on the screen. You will be... when you press down or up, you'll go the entire tile. And then, this is how movement will eventually work. And in fact, I will let you walk in front of the TV like that and stuff like that. But that's how it'll eventually be. And of course, we've still got scene loading and unloading, and asset management is being handled in the background. So that when we switch in and out of a scene, when we left the scene, we unloaded all the textures that were in use, went down to ID3. Then we loaded the texture that we were using into ID3. Then when we left that, we unloaded it and we loaded up the other ones. So 345, we have no memory leaks is the important part. That's the state of the game presently, and I'm pretty goddamn happy to have props online and, fully featured them pretty well, except for, actually the props do have the ability to be hit tested. So maybe they are fully featured. They're very close anyway. And, starting to create my own original art for the game. Very, very happy about that. But what we'll be doing today is Clustertrucking, isn't it? Isn't it? Is it? Where's that? Why wasn't that on the screen? Who took that away? I think because I was recording, some of the game to post on the Discord channel at discord.ronanpawn.com. If you want to follow the development of the game, or, these live streams, or Jim's gay sex life. He's got a whole channel. We gave the man a whole channel for it. Then discord.ronanpawn.com will get you in to the slow-moving, boring Discord server that I've developed over the years. Thank you very much. So we got to get warm on some basic methods here, and we needed to front load 910. I want to say, a really good time watching back the live stream about 3 live streams ago, entitled "The President's a Rapist." I didn't, I don't usually watch back the streams, you know, because I was here for them. I tune into most of my live streams, so I'm here live. I don't watch them back on the VOD, but I wasn't intending to watch that one back either, but I was just checking while I was uploading them to YouTube which video file is which, and I started to play it. And then about an hour and 40 minutes later, I stopped playing it. Like I got sucked in. I really enjoyed the political musings of that stream. Boom, saved it with a sub 10. Does that go? That goes. And lava lamps here. What a shame I can't check on Jim because I haven't age-verified Discord. And soon you too, says Lava Lamp. We'll see. We'll see. But damn it, Lava Lamp, you distracted me, and I actually let the game end. You know, they've got a couple of days left to decide. Oh my God. The blowback on this decision is not good. They probably won't. They'll probably stick to it. You know, they probably considered it all. They knew that people were gonna hate it. And they pushed forward anyway because, you know, it makes them money somehow or some shit. But I think this could be a really good thing. The Discord age verification, actually. I think it could be a really good thing for the revitalization of the web. The retro web. You know, people making their own websites, hosting their own forums, hosting their own everything. I think it could actually be a real good, like, people leaving Discord en masse, and I don't think people will actually, like, leave Discord for real. I think they'll do what they usually do, like what they did with Twitter, which was whine, bitch, moan, complain, leave for a couple of weeks and then eventually come back, because they'll, you know, realize they're addicted to the service or whatever. I'm actually fully not on Twitter anymore. You know, the account is there as a placeholder to make sure nobody's impersonating me, but I don't walk around with it anymore. But I think Discord will be just fine in the long run. People don't really have spines, is my read. They will not just go somewhere else. And you know, it's hard to when you've got, like, you're talking about your social connections and things like that, so how do you replace people having organized on a certain platform? And that's why they can get away with it, is because they've kind of locked you into their platform without you noticing over time. Discord crap could be a really good thing for every other website out there. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's exactly it. Kind of could be a really good thing for every other website out there. You know, there's an effort to bring the old web back with, like, NeoCities and stuff like that, for people to just make their own websites, and it's not that hard to, you know, put a chat box, you know, have basically a chat room on your website. It's not that hard to set up forums. And, you know, people are so technically literate these days, and if you're not, you can just have a fucking AI do it for you. Tell it what you want, and it'll code up the end result. So yeah, I'm thinking that the age verification could be really good for the revitalization of the internet, so that it's not just, you know, a bunch of stores selling you shit. Like, it didn't, like, once upon a time it wasn't that. It was, you know, a lot of people just, like, doing shit. Sharing what they make, sharing what their interests are, you know, doing what they're writing their blog kind of a deal, not, you know, monetized podcast blog that ties into ad rev for, but no, just this is what I would be doing. This is what I am doing, what I want to do. What if I shared it with other people who were interested? That's how things used to be. So I think this Discord move could help push a lot of people in that direction. I have proposed the idea, actually, on the Clustertruck Discord server. That because, you know, there's been a couple of different voices in the server saying, I'm out of here when this shit comes down, kind of thing. And so I've proposed the idea, maybe it's time for us to have a, you know, clustertruckspeedrunners.com kind of thing. That has its own chat room and Discord and stuff like that. Or not Discord, but its own chat room, forums, and, you know, place to put guides, tutorials. Obviously, speedrun.com actually provides, you know, some space for that in and of itself. I don't feel like it gets used much. I don't think that people really like the way that speedrun.com's forums work and how their notification settings are by default. Yeah, I'm curious too. Why can't I get one? What's the problem there? But, you know, I'm certainly thinking of, if my head weren't completely buried in the developing of this game, then I would absolutely be building out the Ronin Pawn website a little bit more. I've recently had to do, you know, some management domain name stuff and transferring blah 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 and all that kind of deal, and so it's definitely reminded me that, you know, especially now more than ever, because AI, you know, makes coding so much easier. It just produces the code for you, and then you can look over it and be like, no, not like that, like this instead. But it gets you so much quicker to an end result. And that end result is frequently, you know, bug-free and has forward thinking to it that you didn't consider, and, you know, shit like that. That the ability to go from an idea to the conclusion, to the results, is really nice right now. You know, the only way that I've been able to make the kind of progress that I've made on my C++ Raylib game that I'm making from the ground up, and not just using somebody else's engine, but developing my own, is because ChatGPT is doing the heavy lifting when it comes to the fucking idiosyncrasies of C++, of memory management, all these considerations. You know, I'm not vibe coding. I don't think, anyway. When I've looked it up, the definition of vibe coding is basically like you just tell the AI what you want, and then it makes you code, and then you don't even review the code, and you just put it in place and see if it gives you the results that you're looking for, and if it doesn't, then you tell the AI, it didn't work, or that's not what I wanted, and then it generates new code, and you just copy paste it in. I'm not doing that. But I am, you know, describing the structures that I want, and then ChatGPT generates me, you know, its draft, and then I come through and I read every single line of it, and okay, yeah, no, I see, okay, yeah, no, not like that, no. Let's change this naming convention also, I don't like that. A lot of naming convention things with, when you're working with AI, because I'm very opinionated about naming conventions. I think that the way that code, that naming conventions should be is, they should seek to be intuitive to someone who, you know, just doesn't know anything about programming. Like, you have the option to name this thing anything you want. This variable, this class, this, you know, it should just, the dev-facing top-level stuff, if you're creating, like, libraries, engines, that sort of a thing, should just be as fucking intuitive and obvious as possible. And so, one of the reasons why I dislike Unity is that somebody thought, hey, here's a good idea. Let's name, like, the deepest, most underlying structure of the code mono behavior. And we'll make every class be, you know, a mono behavior type or something like that. It's just like that name. What does that mean? Let me explain it to me right now. What does mono behavior mean? Well, it has a single behavior. Okay. How is it that the mono behavior, like, derives pretty much everything from the mono behavior in Unity? It's a horrible fucking name. And it just tells you, you know, the people who decided that that's the name we'll go for. These are the naming conventions. They wrote the rest of the language. So when you see things like that, you know, on the top, at the surface, you gotta make some assumptions, and you gotta, like, value your time, is, what I'm saying. So I have in the past put, you know, a couple of hours into looking through Unity, and what I found was a structure and a set of naming conventions that are just disgusting. They're not intended to be intuitive or approachable. They're following the conventions, I think, established by other internal projects for a very long time. I'll give you an example of, like, where my naming convention strategies come in. The name of the class for the developer uses to spawn a prop into the scene for my game is called, and try and follow me here, it's called prop. I know, it's kind of wild. It's like, what? Where'd you come up with that shit? So, and in fact, because, you know, a prop is the end result, it's an instance, you know, this is a single object, is a prop in my language. So if you wanted to make multiple of one prop, you need like a type of prop, from which you can, you know, spawn instances. And so the type of the prop that you would spawn instances from, I've named it, and again, just please bear with me, I've named it prop type. I apologize to the programmers out there who are looking for, you know, like prefix, suffix, impulse, just looking for, you know, a bunch of... looking for a 6-word camel case structure that describes it. I really do apologize, but in my head, when the developer goes reaching for, I need to make a character, what they should be reaching for is the character class. And when they need a prop, they should be reaching for the prop class. I know, bit crazy, hard to follow, but you know, that's why I'm making my own engine, is because apparently I'm the only one who thinks like this. The truth is, of course, I'm not the only one who thinks like this, but, like, Linux-headed, you know, people, whose first literacy is in, like, these these disgusting conventions that exist deep within code from, 1978 and shit like that. They're the ones who come up with these systems. They're the ones who are developing them, and they're kind of like iterating on, standards that were put forward, that have come into being since those eras. Naming structures within code in general, the structure of a language like C, or they're taking the standards that they're familiar with as computing professionals whose heads are so far up their mathematical asses that they just don't think like regular people anymore. And they're applying those. And if you're, if you have the same head on your shoulders, then it'll make sense to you that, this is the draw impl, because it's the implementation of draw, which gets called by the draw and the draw app features so as to centralize the code that they both use. And incidentally, what I'm describing right there that's how my system works. That is how my code works. Is the draw impl defines the way that the draw and the draw app. So I use these conventions too. But here's the thing: where I use them and when I use them is under the hood, where the developer doesn't see them. See, that makes sense. That the developer doesn't have to know to reach for the draw impl, the draw implementation. They just call draw. They just call draw at. Huh? It's like there's a time and a place to use these naming conventions. But what I see is most developers and most engines, by the time they get to like the surface level where the where a developer is interacting with the code they've written, they've already consumed all of the good names. You can't just call it a prop anymore because you used prop to define like the base core of a prop, and so now you've basically got the whole naming convention upside down. And the prop that a developer interacts with actually ends up being called an iProp impl instance. Petard. just these long, unnecessarily idiotic names, when what you should have been doing is reserving the name prop for a prop, because that's what the user's going to be touching. But you didn't. Which is why I have chosen to spend the first, so far, 11 days of my game design really inventing my own engine on top of the Raylib library to create the game that I want to create, which is a simple 2D top-down Pokemon-like thing. So the engine doesn't have to be that complex, but I feel like the 2 weeks that you'll spend creating your own engine-like systems to support your own development going forward is at least equal in value, if not more valuable, than spending that just 2 weeks trying to learn somebody else's engine. You're gonna end up, for me, I never know. It's just opinion. It's just like what feels good to me. But I don't like not knowing how something is wired together under the hood, why it works the way that it works, and also because I'm never sure that I'm using it right. How do you know that you're not missing some core feature that could make your life like so much easier, or that kind of a thing, when the only way to know is to, like, read somebody else's documentation in full. Here comes 4 or 5, first time today. It's just a lot. Yeah, I saw that coming. Alright, this is probably a good thing that our first 4 or 5 of the day, you know, fucks us over like that. Let's get some of the bad luck out of the way while we're warming up. I also don't like the idea of using an engine where under the hood of that engine, like, I end up shipping, I don't know, hundreds of megs, if not over a gig, of bullshit that I'm not using in the final build, you know? And the thing is, I like Unreal. Unreal Engine makes sense to me. Instead of fucking mono behavior, they just call it a U object and stuff like that. They have a core object that is their everything object, and it's the Unreal Engine, so they just called it U object. Alright, you know, if you gotta come up with a name for your everything object, then cool. Like, their naming conventions are better, their structure makes more sense, and there's just like, it's just intuitive. Unity is not intuitive. Unity is, you know, is RTFL. Alright, Unity is, we didn't think about it, so, you just figure it out. It's in there. You fucking go and figure it out. Unreal makes sense. That said, I still don't love the idea that you build something in Unreal and you are frequently shipping, like, a gig of shit you're not using. Features, systems, textures, materials, you know, it's in there to start, and maybe there's a way to, like, prune it down, but that's just more of your time, isn't it? That's more like, that's another discipline to learn, is how do I, you know, make a build of an Unreal game where I've, you know, managed to trim down to just the things that are actually being used instead of shipping, you know, the full capacity engine and all of the features that I don't need for this. Now, something like Unreal is not really even on the table for a little 2D project like what I'm building here. I mean, it can be. You certainly can, in theory, make 2D games in Unreal, but why would be the question. You know, it would be probably better to go with something like Game Maker, I think, is a 2D 2D engine that would make more sense for a sprite-based, you know, pixel art kind of project. But I like Unreal. I do like Unreal, and I would be happy to use it under the right circumstances. But as I say, I'm just like, I would rather know what's under the hood because I put it there. I would rather spend the time developing the systems the way that I want them to be, as opposed to spend that same time trying to learn somebody else's systems that they made the way that they wanted it to be. Especially since there's so much that I just disagree with fundamentally in the world of code and programmery. I feel that the industry is very opaque, that it prefers... It likes to create little spaces where people can feel like they're special because they understand, you know? A very, like, expert-centric kind of culture where people come around asking questions and you're always gonna, you know, try going to, like, stackexchange.com or one of those sites and looking for a question that is answered without someone being an asshole. Without one of the answers or the comment underneath the answer being, you know, this is like basic shit, or you should, you know, just read the fucking manual or Google these questions. Don't post them here. Somebody's got to be a fucking dick, because that's like, it tells you what kind of community has been fostered by the practices within, you know, these disciplines. And it's a toxic community of people who have spent really an unconscionable amount of time becoming familiar and fluent in the systems that they are now fluent in, and there's kind of a built-in I suffered so you should have to suffer too mechanic to it all. Good. Yes, early hit. And, you know, people have, like, when you were young, you didn't... That's what I think is a big problem in, like, so many different industries. Is when you were young, you came to something, and you were wide-eyed, and you had no idea what normal would even look like, but you knew that you wanted to be involved in what was going on. Yes, I got in. You knew that you were interested in this stuff, you wanted to be involved in what was going on, and so you showed up, and you looked around, and you're like, okay, you know, I'm just here to learn. How is this done? What are the rules? What's the culture? What is it, kind of thing? And you accepted what you found. Because why wouldn't you? Damn it. I am, like, so close to these working. There we go. You accepted what you found there as normal. Ah, damn it. The truck in midair knocked me out of the... Now I'm intentionally, like, aiming for down the middle when I should just go outside. You accepted what you found there as normal, and the thing is, like, in order to make that normal, in order to make it work... Is that good enough? Ooh, so close. Now that goes. In order to make these things work, in order to accept it, in order to onboard it, you had to spend a long time getting used to what you found there. But you were young, and you had that time, and you had that willingness, and so you accepted it, and you invested the time and all that kind of thing, and at some point, you get older, you get wiser, you wake up a little bit, and you realize that things don't have to be like this. These are just the choices that the people who got here first made, and a lot of them are bad. I think that the pressure, the psychological pressure, or the ego pressure, really, of like, just out of view, you kind of know without having acknowledged it, that so much of your time was wasted. So much of your energy was just put into, it didn't need to be this hard, it didn't need to be like this, but you haven't acknowledged it. You don't want to acknowledge it on a like ego defense level. You want to continue to live in a world where it's like everything that you've done has been reasonable and sound, and it's the way that things are done. And so because of that, because of the ego defense mechanism of not wanting to admit how much of your own time you wasted by maybe following the wrong people, listening to the wrong folks, it turns into a, you know, a curse that you pass on to the next generation. There we go. 2 attempts, very nice. Because now that sort of ego mechanism is the one that jumps in and says, you know, you should be reading the fucking manuals and, you know, like, that doesn't want to acknowledge that, yes, these systems are, in fact, just intensely unintuitive and bad and very hard to wrap your head around, and it's going to cost you a lot of time trying to make sense of them, and maybe that time is not well spent. In the desperation to not have to acknowledge that, you put up these walls and you end up participating in these industry insider opaque structures that make things more difficult than they need to be, and that spew toxicity onto anyone who shows up saying, "Really? This is how this works?" Instead of, you know, what really should be the response is, "Yeah, it's kind of sucks. It's what we're left with, though. So, you know, you got any questions about it, go ahead and ask, because I've already been through the hell. You shouldn't have to walk through the hell. I'll pass on all the tricks and tips and secrets that I know, so that you don't have to." Instead of that, the ego forces you into a place where you're driving other people to walk through the same hell. Not Nintendo is watching. Pokemon is not a good adjective for a game. Pokemon-like? I said 2D top-down, you know, but I think most people would recognize the format that I'm going for, where movement is locked to a grid, and there's a lot of things that are most popularly known via Pokemon. Personally, I didn't really play a lot of Pokemon. I didn't play any Pokemon when I was a kid. Pokemon was not really my generation. I mean, it was on TV, so maybe it was, and I was just not. I was out of it. It didn't feel like it was really for me, you know? Felt like it was for the next wave of kids after me. And so I watched, you know, some Pokemon, but I never considered buying games, playing with the cards, trading, anything like that. That was never even on my radar. Although that kind of thing was never really on my radar for anything, that even the stuff that I was interested in and did consider of my generation, you know. I think, as a child, my biggest influence was the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And as a very, very young child, I saw like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on Ice show. That's where we were in terms of child culture. We were going to watch the Turtles do ninja combat on ice. And I don't really remember the show, I just remember the fact of going to it. I remember who we went with, my mom and her friend and her friend's child. I don't even remember whether they were, was it a boy or a girl? It was very, very young. But I am aware of the fact of it. And I think TMNT was probably the biggest, like, child, you know, thing. The kind of unjustified awe at something. Although, like, you know, it's unjustified, but in that way where it's kind of justified. A big reason why the Turtles grabbed me as much as it did was because of that, that movie. That first movie, whenever that came out. That was pretty goddamn amazing, and the themes of it, the plot of it, you know, it was not a child's plot. It was teenage, I would say teenage fodder, as opposed to, and the audience to which the Turtles were selling most to was little kids. But the makers of that property had never thought of it as a little kid's thing, you know? I mean, I think in interviews and retrospectives and stuff like that, they were always taking risks with it and always doing, you know, weird stuff with from the days of the comic books and that kind of thing. And so when they had the opportunity to make a movie, boy, did they make a movie. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't just nothing. But then again, you know, we were living in that era, I guess, because there was also, like, the Transformers movie, which I didn't see. But I know that it scarred many a child of a certain age and era, in which, you know, they killed off Optimus Prime, which was apparently really just a decision that the studio, you know, that had come down from the toy makers saying, listen, we want to, all the kids have Optimus, we need a new leader so we can sell them a new toy. Kill him. But, you know, the writers took those studio demands and those capitalist notes, and they turned them into something that you would probably, you know, I think it's fair to call it art. And so many children were exposed to the idea of life and death by losing Optimus Prime. And some of them saw, like, something that had already played out in their lives mirrored, you know, by this experience with Optimus. You know, they lost a parent, they lost a sibling, they lost a grandparent, something like that. So, it's definitely the kind of thing that you'd say scars a child, but in the best way, you know, because it's early. You're being allowed to, you're being exposed to the reality of life. You're being exposed to what it really means to be a person in this world. God damn, that fucking hit. While you are otherwise surrounded by so many people who are just trying to put a lollipop in your mouth and keep you shut up. And those were the things that really made the impact on me. The you know, the media that was willing to speak to me as a person. A young person, but a person. Wherever that was, whenever I ran into that, it felt like, oh yeah, this is the thing. And it really bred my, my love of and appreciation for, you know, the art of communication and of media that would later lead me to the path of YouTubery. After having put a lot of hours in at the local public access station, getting familiar with, you know, the ways and means of the industry with cameras and editing bays and booths and whatnot. Eventually it came all the way around to YouTube, but I certainly, like, I think it has a lot to do with those storytellers that were making the children's media, but in a way that did not pander, in a way that challenged, that opened the window, cracked the window a little bit in a room where everyone around you, your parents, the television, the media, the church, whatever it was that's in your life, is all trying to keep a lot of the doors closed. Just like, you don't need to know about that yet. We will tell you when you know about that. Whenever you ran into media that respected you enough to, like, be honest, it meant something to me. And Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, you know, meant something to me for very much, you know, in a large part in that reason. I'm also told that I was a big fan of He-Man. You know, by the power of Grayskull. What else was I like? I mean, I liked Hot Wheels. I had a lot of those cars, I guess. I don't know, they were they were fun to play with. I never had like any kind of brand identification with Hot Wheels. I just liked playing with cars and stuff. You know, using my imagination. Micro machines and things like that, but again, not any brand loyalty. One of the things that I have like a strong memory for, and I don't know, it feels like it shouldn't and yet it does have like a space, like a special space, is Mighty Max. Mighty Max, I don't know, it feels like simultaneously like it was too low budget or something to have really, you know, it wasn't around long enough to have, but there was something about the characters and the themes of Mighty Max, that show, that really felt like this is respecting my intelligence in a way that a lot of the other things out there just aren't, just don't. And I, you know, now forget entirely how we got onto all of that. We started with, like, coding and stuff. I think it was Pokemon, that's how we got around to it. It was the fact that my game, I've been describing it as a Pokemon-like kind of thing. 2D top-down Pokemon. And then, yeah, acknowledging that, in fact, I don't have a lot of Pokemon experience. But I have been very happy with the progress that I've been making on the game. I feel like when I think about what's left to do, you know, I need to add in hit testing for the character with props and with tiles in the world and stuff like that. A big thing will be setting up triggers, a layer of triggers, so that when you step on a certain tile, a certain function, certain callbacks can fire, that kind of a thing. It's a major deal that needs to be handled. UI will be, you know, a thing eventually. I don't think that's going to be that big of a deal. It's kind of just another draw layer on top of everything else, but creating systems that can and do provide you with the, you know, with like characters that talk to you and stuff. That was because I didn't get the jump from down here, off of you, into there. I was too low. And I tried to account for it, and then that was just bad luck. First one had a reason, second one's just bad luck. And that was too low, and now the run is over. Good God. 3 out of 4 of those were all too low. But yeah, I have the sense that, I'm quite close to a finished engine. To a certain state of the engine where I can call it, you know, where it'll be finished enough that I'll be able to build 90% of the systems without having to add anything else, is basically what I mean there. Oh my God, first try? Stay up. First try. Not a good one. Not a good one. Yeah, I should probably go ahead and start steering it. That's how bad it is. Probably didn't have the kind of speed. Good. Oh. 2 attempts just like PB. Had a real good time making art, too, for the project. My first day of pixel art felt good. You know, I started out, I didn't really have... What I had, the inspiration that I had was to use the Pokemon formula. Oh, yes. Which for me meant, I remembered that in Pokemon Emerald, and I remember this from, like, seeing other people play Pokemon Emerald. But, I remembered in Pokemon Emerald that you start out, like, in your bedroom. And then there's a clock and a PC, and it introduces you to some of the basic concepts of the game. And then you go downstairs and you know, kiss your mom goodbye and go on an adventure or whatever. This is bad. But I'll play it out. Just nose up a little bit, and then where I need to go. A 17-second first try is worth a lot of, like, second tries. Worth like a 14-second second try. Alright, and when that happens, we set up and we do one of these. We'll go like this. Another low 14. We're starting good today, I would say. Yeah, very soon I will be, you know, it'll kind of all be down to making art and then moving those assets into the right place in the game. Hooking triggers up so that, you know, when you stand next to something and press a button, something happens. When you know, step on this tile, you go to the next scene, you know, that kind of a thing. After 11 days of engine building, I'm almost to the place where I'll just be making a game pretty soon here. Although that is just speaking of one half of the game, because the other half of the game, of course... How's this? How's the speed here? That's fine. I like starting out on the I just beat the game world shake thing, even though it's a little bit slower. The other half of the game is that, you know, the Pokemon formula is also applicable to the idea that, that instead of trainer battles with Pokemon, you're going to be playing chess. And chess is going to be a whole nother, like, half of an engine, you know? It's going to be... Curses. Almost fell off the front there. The engine that I've developed for being able to walk around the overworld and find a trainer battle when you switch into a trainer battle, by which I mean a game of chess. There's gonna need to be all the systems necessary for making sure that that the moves are, you know, valid moves, and just, number one, you've got chess, right? You gotta make chess work. You gotta make a game of chess be playable, moving one piece of one color and then the pieces of the other color and following all of the rules of chess. That's step one. And then on top of that, to complicate that, is going to be how do you make a chess AI? And I'm relying on the fact that there's a lot of chess AIs that are already out there that play the game perfectly. And you can just use one of those, Stockfish, Leela, you know, Torch, whatever. You can just use one of those for like the back end of your engine to populate the idea of what's a good move here, what's the best move here. But then you've got to build a system that feels fun to play against, that feels, you know, human, that actually chooses what move it's going to play. You don't want to be playing the best move. The enemy you're playing against to be playing the best move every time. You will never win. That's, you might as well just be playing Magnus Carlsen. And in fact, the AIs are obviously better than any human player in the world. Magnus is a 2,800 rated player according to FIDE, and the equivalent ranking for Stockfish is like 3,800. It's like 1,000 elo above. Let's start this over. But so yeah, the chess side of things is going to be its own deal, and then in addition, it's not just chess, and it's not just having a fun AI to play against where you can configure like different modes for the AI to make it play the game in different ways. Whether it's going to be defensive or attacky or trappy, or, you know, maybe it just always plays Scholar's Mate. In addition to getting a fun chess AI to play against built, my particular version of chess is going to have consumable, usable items that help you, you know, play the game, that help you win. So you'll be able to, like, roll back a turn if you make a really bad move. You'll be able to, I don't know, maybe make the, I'm taking my inspiration from Chess Texas, a game that we played several times on this channel because I was so enamored with it. And in that game, you're able to distract, quote-unquote, the AI that you're playing against. Just force it to make a purely random move as opposed to, like, the best move or a move that it has chosen via its logic. So maybe something like that, but there will be consumables, you know, in that vein. Works similarly. And so that's another layer of mechanics that will have to be built atop the system of chess. And we'll have to make sure that they don't, like, break the rules of chess. Even though they'll be breaking the rules of chess. And all that said, this is the easy game that I wanted to make. The reason why I'm making this game and not, like, another one that I have more interest in, because I do have other ideas that I'm more interested in making, is because, you know, I'm trying to make a game that I think is completable, simple, and completable, before I invest time into trying to make a more complicated game that involves 3D stuff. 2D top-down, holy fucking shit, just let me go. 2.8. These systems will be, you know, it's all been done before. And it's all been done before, but there's a difference in complexity. Bad. So anyway, that's my game design spiel at the beginning of the live stream, and now we can move on to my political spiel, because one of the things I put in the description of this live stream was something along the lines of, does the left have, you know, an agenda? Does the left have actual, like, set of policies? Or does it just have a set of complaints? Something like that is what I put in the description of this this live stream. And it's been on my mind, I want to talk about it. On YouTube, there is, of course, a sort of collection of channels that have come to be known as BreadTube. That all have a very, you know, leftist, socialist-inspired kind of vibe to them. That said, BreadTube is entirely a creation of the algorithm. It's not like a real community that emerged. It wasn't mindful or, you know, created by the creators that you might recognize as BreadTube creators. They just all got lumped together into things that the algorithm figured out. People who like watching this will probably like watching that. And so you have Lindsay Ellis and H-Bomber Guy. Oh my god, I got through the lasers there. I was too late, but I went through the lasers. That's nice. That never happens. See? Come on now. Are you kidding me? That was through. Alright, we're going up this time. Shoot me down out of the air. And then we have to reset. Thank you, 4-5, for that bullshit. Lindsay Ellis, H-Bomber Guy, maybe Thought Slime is one of them that I ran into. What's the... something... There's people who I've never watched before. FD Signifier, something Thought, you know, T-H-O-T. I've never watched her, and when I see the, usually when I see her videos pull up, like, I end up telling YouTube, don't recommend this to me. Take this away. Not interested. I click the not interested button. And the thing that makes me not interested is the titles. They stink of a certain up-your-ass attitude. They stink of the Marxist academic. They stink of what I'm about to complain about on the left. And what it is, more than anything anyway, you've got two kinds of content on the left, that come out of this sort of BreadTube space, that come out of the left space. 90% of the content, I would say, is look at this idiot. That's 90% of what the left has to say is like the centrist, middle-income Democrat voter, you know, shouts "Orange Man bad." The left is far more subtle and sophisticated in their media, and instead they're shouting this character who you'd probably be less familiar with, bad. Ben Shapiro bad. Charlie Kirk bad. You know, they go at these, but so that's like 90% of what the left offers to the hungry, you know, consumer, the leftist-minded individual who's looking to see, is there a community out here? Are there people? Is there something to connect with where I could, you know, maybe make a positive change in the world? what they have to offer is a drama mill where everybody gets together to point and laugh at, you know, the bad people. The Lindsey Grahams, the Ted Cruzes, the just, you know, these people suck. That's 90% of it. And in fact, within that 90% is not just these people suck, but it's also like, this other leftist creator is not as leftist as you think they are. Like, there's a significant amount of media produced on the left that criticizes other people, on the left who are also creating media. And you know, I'm doing that right now, but this is live and I'm just chatting with you. I didn't put together a 4-hour fucking dissertation on why FD Signifier is actually quite conservative when you look at his policies, and especially the fact that he voted for Kamala Harris in the last election. You know, his connection with his association with the leftist, it ends right about the time where it starts to threaten his own, you know, personal situation. That kind of thing. I'm not doing that. I'm not making a 4-hour fucking breakdown. I'm not making a takedown video on YouTube. I'm just chatting with you about this shit. And yeah, like probably 20% of the 90% is actually the left doing takedowns on its own people. It's a hell of a sideshow, and my question at the end of it, of, you know, having been exposed to a lot of it, is, does the left actually have, like, an agenda, a set of policies, you know, something that, like, what do you want to accomplish in the world? Because mostly what comes out of that space is complaints, and so-and-so, you know, and pointing at people and saying they're the problem, they're the reason the world isn't better. But so infrequent, honestly, are the conversations about what would actually make the world better. You know, very infrequent. Do you hear, you know, is anybody taking the time to talk about, like, what do we want? What are we, as a group of people, like, and it might just be that they're afraid to find out that nobody actually, like, there's, no one agrees in this space, that the left is just such a hodgepodge of people with different ideologies, that they're terrified to actually put their own ideology out there. But, you know, in that sense, the left is kind of engaged in a very similar thing to that the center and that all politics does, which is avoid actually taking a position, because so long as you don't have a clear position, then people can just imagine that you're on their side. And so, like, here's what really got me thinking about this. I started to watch and did not finish. I didn't find it that interesting. But I started to watch a Louis Theroux thing. Louis Theroux is a documentarian whose work has been following a pattern for a while, where he basically goes into these sort of marginalized communities, these very small, I don't want to, like, marginalized makes it sound wrong. These subcultures, and by which I mean, like, white power subcultures and shit like that. He goes in and he produces a documentary basically just observing, you know, they let him in, he doesn't push too hard on them, you know, doesn't give off too much of I don't know, maybe he does do judgmental energy. I haven't really watched his stuff. I was checking out some of his stuff and I was like, okay, that's fine, you know, I'm not that interested. But anyway, he's able to go in and spend time with these you know, marginalized, these ostracized, these tiny little subcultures, and let you know, like, what goes on inside. And what I was watching was, what's his name? The America First movement. And there's this little Weasley kid from, like, Chicago, I believe. He's got his you know, green screen, his really weird looking green screen set. Like, there's something wrong with that set, you know? Like, the green screening is particularly bad if it's that, or that there's something that's just, whenever I've seen it in a clip, which you usually see clips of this kid because he's saying something like, yeah, gas the Jews. And, you know, but it's ironic. Whenever I've seen the clips, I've always been like, what is going on with that background? It's so fucking, it's like, is it strobing? Is there a hypnotic something? What the hell is wrong with the background? Every time I look at it, I'm like, huh. Something wrong with that, more than just what this man is saying. But anyway, he's a young dude, and he has, you know, put together a pretty serious, like, he's managed to collect together the far right. Especially the young far right. You know, people who are like, yeah, we should have less non-white people in America, and women's place is in the home and in the kitchen, and, you know, let's get rid of some of these, and there should be no immigration whatsoever, no one coming or going, and it should be a real unusual thing to see, you know, like a brown person in the United States of America. This country's for the whites. Like, this is the kind of shit that this guy says. And it's the kind of, you know, group that he's brought together. I can't remember what the fuck the dude's name is. But it's the America First movement. You can figure out who he is and what I'm talking about by just, you know, looking up America First. And so I'm watching this documentary, and I'm seeing why he's able to put together this group of people. Why he's able to create this, like, community amongst people who feel, you know, extremely marginalized because they have such toxic views and such, you know, shit that's just really horrific for 2026. There's not a lot of people who are gonna be like, yeah, fucking women, raise the children and shut up, you don't need to vote. But that's what these America First people will tell you. Not a lot of folks that are going to agree with you on these perspectives. So they're very marginalized, they're very lonely. And he's drawing them together, and he's bringing them together in a way that I feel like the left is unable to do, has not been able to, like, create a space that feels like, okay, this is us, and this is our space, and we're working toward the things that we want. And what I realized is that this kid, whatever his name is, whoever he is, this kid, what he offers is normalcy. He offers these people who have these, you know, outrageous views, just a kind of a normal environment that doesn't feel crazy and doesn't feel wild, and, you know, they can call themselves, you know, radicals and stuff like that, but when you see, like, how they get together and what they're doing, and, you know, what their attitudes are, they just look totally, they're not screaming, they're not shouting, they don't appear fanatical, and that's what they want. That's what, you know, anyone who is marginalized by their political beliefs really wants, is just to be, like, amongst people in a group who are of like mind, but for it to also not be that big of a deal, right? Like, you want your politics acknowledged, but more importantly, to any marginalized group, is just for it to feel like normal for you to exist and to have your opinions. Or to just exist at all when we're talking about, you know, LGBTQ and various minority groups and stuff like that. Alright, thank you. We'll reset this run. What's really desired is, one, to feel as though you're not alone, but two, to feel as though you're not alone and what you're talking about is not so outrageous as that you need to be shouting it all the fucking time. And here's what, like, I'm learning from the far right, apparently, is that reflecting on what this hateful, racist, misogynist group, America First, has made me realize that the left is so often just shouting. so often just pointing and shouting, or trying to point and laugh together, but it's always like, it's always judgmental, it's always outward focused, it's rarely ever, here's what we want, right? The focus is rarely ever, what are our politics, what are our policies, what do we believe is right? It's like assumed that we're all on the same page, and then we're all gathered together to laugh at whoever is, you know, the butt of the joke today, the butt of the left-wing joke, because of their policies, because of their hypocrisy, because of, you know, that kind of a thing. And so, like, I don't know, it opened my eyes to what's wanted and what's lacking on the left side of, on the radical left, quote-unquote, side of politics, that the radical right, the extreme, the far right, is actually starting to get. And it's not a good thing that they're starting to get it, because it helps them, you know, it helps them come together, it helps them grow as a community and as a movement and stuff, but, you know, if you can't learn from them, then they're truly worthless. What they have that we so often lack is just, you know, can we get together around what we believe and have it be about that, like, and have it feel normal, as opposed to we've got to be shouting it all the time, we've got to be pointing out when someone else, when, you know, their beliefs are inconsistent or something like that. Like, when do we stop and talk about what we actually think should be done about homelessness, about poverty, about healthcare? Like, we're all in agreement that these systems are broken. Fuck. There we go. But, we're in a very similar place, honestly, I would think. I could make an argument that we're in a similar place to Democrats with Obamacare, you know, because we have not outlined specifically what it is we're trying to, what we want, what we believe is the solution to the problem. All we have is, we have gathered as a group around the problems to point and say, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks. I have complaints, I have complaints, I have complaints, this should be better, that should be better. But more often than not, the loudest voices on the left, the biggest talking heads on the left, they're not talking about, like, what we want, what we believe, what has worked elsewhere. They're not, like, they don't got time to stop and talk about how Finland has solved homelessness in Finland. They don't got time to stop and talk about, you know, which exact form of national socialized healthcare would be most desirable or something like that, because they're too busy pointing out that, you know, Lindsey Graham is a horrible person. They're too busy pointing out that some other member of BreadTube is actually not as BreadTubey as they should be, or some shit. And so I've come here to ask you today, I'm saying "and so" a lot in this live stream. I've come here today to ask you, does the left actually have an agenda and a set of policies and a desired outcome, or do they just have? Do we just have? I don't know if I identify with the group. A lot of complaints. Are we just here to bitch? Or are we here to make a proposal? And another, like, part of that, when I started out, I think this is what I started out to say, 90% of BreadTube and leftist content is targeted at somebody to go, look at how fucking, look at this person. The other 10% is this Marxist academia fucking, oh my god, shit that just takes like the simple, honest, natural realities of our lives and extracts it into like this mathematical financial space in order to prove with algebra that ideas, like that this is the right way and that's the wrong way, that kind of a thing. And I hate that shit. I absolutely hate, you can't like more off, like what you're gonna find is either somebody bitching about how somebody else didn't and they're not enough, or their opinions are stupid, or you find when they are talking about like socialist ideas and ideals, they present it in form of the Hegelian dialectic of the Marxist, and it's, what the fuck are you doing? Are you trying to like unite people? Or are you here to like sate your fucking ego and use your, overpriced degree where you first learned about socialism, because your parents bought you a high quality education? And it's always fucking rich, upper middle class kids who end up being the loudest and supposed representatives of the left, when the left is here first and foremost to represent the interests of the working class, and yet these people are not of the working class. They're coming out of academia, and their opinions all want to come back to that fucking overpriced piece of paper they got to try and make it seem like their education was worth something. But those of us here on the ground who've been working and living our lives can tell you without needing $125,000 piece of paper. We could have told you how we're getting fucked over by the man. We don't need the economic philosophies of someone who's been dead for 250 years in order to like make sense of the world around us. We can tell you that the healthcare system is a piece of shit, because it is. Because we're interacting with it, we need it, it's not there for us. And I just don't know why it is that the left continuously, I do know why it is, and I just said it, but it's bad. It's bad that the left continuously, when it does talk about its issues, frames it in this fucking, hey, do you have a 6-year degree like I do? And it's not about it, like, the intellectualism is just a framing device. The truths are the truths. And the education that you got is really not worth it. It's like, literally, you've found a philosophy that should help you to conclude this was not the right thing. To spend all of that time and all of that money on this education is just another trapping of the capitalist structures. But, that's kind of a big ego blast to have to acknowledge. To have to acknowledge how much of your time and your life and your money, again, same thing that we were talking about earlier when it comes to like code and people. Alright, and we reset. People kind of making the next generation suffer because they suffered as well, and people following bad, unintuitive standards that were laid out by the last group of folks who, didn't think about it that much, or who just didn't have a mind for that kind of a thing. We again encounter this ego defense mechanism that results in, people conveying the ideas of take care of the person next to you, which aren't that complicated, don't actually need volumes of dialectical discourse in order to determine take care of the person next to you, and then when you're, in the shit, they'll take care of you, and that's the world we'll live in. It's just not that fucking complicated. It's actually the teachings of Jesus. But does the left appeal to people? So, on the teachings of Jesus? Does the left really get in there and say, well, Jesus was actually a socialist because Jesus's priorities in life were all about caring for, other people? to the point of sacrificing your own wealth and your own life even, in order to make sure that the guy standing next to you, his family is taken care of. And, you know, this anti-self-identity, anti-greed, anti-individualism sentiment. This is what Jesus was doing. Does anyone bother appealing to the religious on their own beliefs? And the answer is no, because, you know, the attitude, the energy that exists on the left comes way too much out of fucking academia. And academics who found their socialism while they were getting an education that daddy's company paid for. They don't really know how to speak in the language of, or I think they do know how to speak in the language. I think they just don't want to. I think on that, you know, to psychologize the issue, I think it is a psychological problem, and it would admit that, like, everything that you learned, that it wasn't worth it, that the time that you spent in college was not actually worth it. That you could have gotten the same life lessons more clearly and more in a way that more people understand and relate to them. You could have gotten the same life lessons, the ones that are actually going to matter throughout throughout your life, by just, you know, going to work, just joining everybody else down on the ground instead of trying to work your way into one of the ivory towers by virtue of paying a lot of money to some people whose whose goal is to make money. By selling education. And secondarily, maybe we'll educate some people. But first, we gotta sell the education. I guess we'll have to educate some of them, you know, to some extent, because if they aren't educated by the time they leave, then other people are gonna notice, and they're not gonna give us their money, so we do have to educate them to some extent. In fact, you know what would be probably a good idea is if we could make them all kind of up their own ass about their educations, and then they can like learn how to sort of talk in a certain way, and they can bring up shit that's like just weird representations of knowledge that everybody has, and it'll make it, you know, it'll make it sound like, ooh, I really should probably go get myself an education in order to learn all this incredibly obvious shit that people already know. You learn in the first 2 years of just being being in the workforce. Or you can learn over the course of an 8-year degree, and then you actually won't know it, and will still have to, you know, get out there in the labor market before you understand truly what's going on. It's the funny thing about, you know, the college degree is that they prepare you, in most instances, they prepare you to go get your first job in the industry, and then in the first 3 months of having a job, you actually learn how to do the job, and none of it has to do with the fucking academic, the collegiate education that you received. None of it. Not even a little bit of it. And when you try and bring up your collegiate education at the, you know, actual on-the-job site where people are doing what needs to be done, it's like, cool. Could you get me a coffee, kid? But anyway, that's what I would like to, you know, what I'm saying, the positive end of my message here is that, like, I think the far left, the radical left, quote unquote, has something to learn from the radical right, because these movements, what they're doing, what they're offering to their audience is community where it's not always a community of outrage. Outrage is in there, but they can get together and just kind of relax and be cool and chill, and the fact that we're all in agreement over these, you know, these particular political points is, you know, it's there, but it isn't, we don't need to be fucking shouting. We don't need to be, you know, you're not proving, you're not reinforcing, you're not lengthening your dick by shouting about them. Normalcy is what we lack on the left side of politics. It has been denied to us. You know, you can't suggest that, that America needs a system of healthcare whereby every single American is provided for, regardless of their wealth, their position in society, their income, all that sort of thing. You can't just bring up the idea of caring for sick people in America without it being brought back to, like, communism. You know, without it being equated to something that has a cultural context of being radical. It's always radical. It's always, there's no normalcy in just having a left opinion. And the radicals on the far right, who are, you know, out there saying that women should not have the right to vote and shit like that, have managed to get together and carve themselves out a space where it feels normal to them to be of the opinion that a woman shouldn't have the fucking right to vote. And that is crazy, but that is also what we need. We need to be able to get together and be organized in a way that it doesn't feel like we're always at war. It feels like we're just a political, you know, a group of people who share a political ideal, who, you know, get together and chill and occasionally, you know, do things to push that political agenda forward. That's what it needs to be normal. That's what American politics in general has begun to lack, kind of everywhere on all sides of politics, is, you know, there used to be community level organization was first and foremost. There wasn't the massive global interconnectivity of, you know, internet, and you also weren't able to sort of get your energy out, your outrage, your anger over issues and stuff like that. You weren't able to vent that shit on a social media site. And in that method, like, relieve the pressure that had been created within you to make change, to go out and do something about this. The existence of these distant networks of people, quote-unquote, coming together actually has neutered the on-the-ground, grass-level political engines, because people who aren't already involved in it feel like they're getting their needs sated by going on to X fucking and shouting at someone, and then having, you know, 20 people give their comment a thumbs up, and now, okay, I did something in the world. No, you didn't. You posted a fucking message on a website that's run by a fucking anti-Semite and a, you know, like, by just one of the worst human beings in the world, and you're on his site, and you haven't removed yourself from it, and you feel like you're doing something for the left, while you're literally enriching the right and empowering the right by your participation on this platform. Oh my fucking god. What we need on the left is normalcy. And also, you know, when you're in that space of normalcy, you don't feel like everything has to be a, you know, bomb the fucking Capitol kind of move. It's you get together and we'll, you know, we'll plan for this upcoming election cycle. Maybe we'll go out and we'll do a little bit of canvassing. We'll, you know, get our ideas out there. But it'll be about your ideas and not about, you know, can you believe this guy's such an asshole? You know, the America First people are over there, you know, marching and saying Christ is Lord and America First and your body, our choice and shit like that. They are arguing for their positions. They're horrific, disgusting, morally reprehensible positions. They are openly representing what they believe. Whereas the left is almost like hiding it under either the layer of academia I was discussing, or just not really talking about it, hiding it under the drama mill of constant criticism instead of being out there and proposing policy and saying this is what we think should be. And I think a big reason why they don't do it is because so many of the leading voices are so academic. And they can't really get, like, you know, normal people. People whose parents didn't pay for the big... they can't get them on board. Because they don't know how to talk to them. You know, they're not gonna make the argument that Jesus was a fucking socialist. They're not gonna just talk about, you know, in common everyday, like, what's your life like ways about, like, our children shouldn't have to, you know, rely on their parents having a good income in order to get, you know, a bone set. Talking to people about just what our lives are. Being able to, like, have conversations about, wouldn't it be nice, this is one of my little things that you've heard me talk about in the past. The idea that in America in 2026, we all still have to file our fucking taxes. Every fucking year, you gotta take a day out of your life. Several hours, sit down, put together a bunch of paperwork, in order to say, this is what I earned, this is what I made, so I guess this is what I owe, or this is what you owe me because I was putting in all the time. We have to sit down and do all that math. Why? Why the fuck do we have to do that? It's 2026. You log on to TurboTax, and what they have done is they have packaged a calculator that asks you questions and then does some math and prepares the document for you. And I'm not saying that the government should provide that. I'm saying the government should just do the fucking math on its own. They have the documents. If you are employed anywhere, then they know how much you made because the employer was required by law to submit what they paid you. So they've got the numbers that you give to TurboTax every year. They've got them. And they could have their computers do the math. The simple fucking math that would be done in, like, femtoseconds. You know how many fucking tax returns you could calculate and store per nano fucking second on a computer, on your average computer? The IRS can just be doing this math for you and sending you a bill and saying, alright, here's how we did the math. Or rather, here's what we determined you owe. Okay, one sheet of paper. We have calculated your owings based on our knowledge of your employer. Here's how much you either owe us or we owe you. If you agree to these numbers, then you don't have to do anything. Except send us a check if you owe us, or we'll send you a check if we owe you. But if you disagree with these numbers, and you want to file your own taxes, you absolutely can go ahead and do that, and we will, you know, we will replace our math with your math, and then we'll review and see if there's too big of a discrepancy and whether we're going to audit your ass, you know, which is how things already work. But The point is, there is no reason for us to be doing this. There's no reason that every fucking year, every single American has to sit down and, you know, produce all this bullshit paperwork. And the only reason that we still have it, because many other nations do not do this anymore. Nations where you pay a lot more in taxes, by the way, than the average American does. You don't do this anymore because computers exist, so why wouldn't the government just do the fucking math for you? Most nations don't do it this way. The only reason that we're still doing it is because there is an industry that profits off of selling you the service of doing the calculations that the IRS could just be fucking doing for you. And there's just no need for this. There is no fucking need. And, you know, if we have a government that is of, by, and for the people, that exists to serve the people, that exists to make our lives better, then that fucking government should be doing this math for us. Especially around taxation. You know, like how much people would not hate the IRS and not hate the fucking process of taxes if they didn't have to do them themselves every year and do the math and end that day, never feeling completely certain that you did it right, never feeling 100% sure that, you know, you're not gonna get audited because you fucked it up. You know, it's just the entire experience is bad. Now, there's a lot of situations, more and more as time goes on, where you actually wouldn't be benefited by this system, because you're not just employed. Your income comes from a number of different sources, and you need to report your stock earnings or, you know, shit like that for for the investor class. But you know, there's a lot of situations where you would have to, you know, you would still have to end up doing your own taxes or having someone else do your taxes for you. But there's also hundreds of millions, probably over 100 million Americans who just go to work and they get paid, and that's the money that they made, and that's it. And there's no reason why they need to be fucking put upon to do this math every fucking year, and all this paper, it's just a waste. All this bureaucracy, it's just a waste. It can just be done. We have fucking computers now. That's one of my little, like, side topics of proposals for, you know, policy changes. And the idea of not having to file your taxes anymore, I think, would be very popular out there. And if, you know, people on the left were saying, we're going to give, what our policies are, is we're going to give you a nationalized system of healthcare so you don't have to worry about HMO or HHO or HPP, You don't have to worry about that shit anymore. If you're going into the hospital, you're fucking covered. We're going to give you that. We're going to make it so that you don't have to file taxes anymore, unless you've got, you know, weird forms of income. If you're just a working class person, we've already got the information. We're going to do the fucking taxes for you. You know, we're going to, what we want is free education for everybody all the way up through college. We want a 4-year degree, and we want, you know, to our college structures to be like they are internationally, as opposed to the stupid shit that we do in America. We want our education structures to be geared toward, like, if you're doing the 4-year education after high school, it should be aimed at, like, what you want to do. It should be aimed toward the profession. You're not spending 2 years getting quote-unquote general fucking knowledge. If you were supposed to get general fucking knowledge, you get it out of high school. You get it in the school. If there's something in history that you missed, that's a problem in the public schooling system. You shouldn't have to be going to, you know, another era in your education in order to get the real fucking facts, because the version of truth that you got in your primary education was bullshit. these are the kind of policies that, at least for me, should describe the left. We want to end homelessness. We want to end poverty. We want to make it so that it would only cost us, like $250 billion a year to end poverty in the United States of America. With the simple idea of just making sure anyone and everyone whose income does not, any household, whose income does not put that household above the poverty line, we will just give you what you lack. We're just gonna provide you with the income for that year that you are lacking. $250 billion a year. Sounds like a lot of money. Are you fucking kidding me? In this era? That is not a lot of money. I did this side of things this time for some reason, and it worked pretty okay. But $250 billion is literally just the personnel budget for the Pentagon. That's it. $250 billion isn't, you know, aircraft carriers and jets and missiles and bombs. Wow, really? It's just the personnel budget for the Pentagon every single year. We have $250 billion. We actually don't need as many fucking aircraft carriers and everything else as we have. We already have a military structure that is twice the size of the next 10 nations put together. Some shit. It's unnecessary. We can cut back on, we can keep all of our military personnel. Absolutely all of them. Consider that part of the welfare system, because it really is. You're spending $250 billion to employ people in tasks that we don't need them for. The military is one hell of a welfare system that America maintains. We have literally like 6 times the military personnel that we need to remain the world's most powerful military force. And by the way, the existence of nuclear armaments and intercontinental ballistic missiles kind of undermined the need for a lot of military presence in the first fucking place. You know, oh, you want to start some shit? Well, then, you know, we're suddenly in a nuclear standoff, and what are we gonna do? You know? Fuck. Damn, I was doing so well, and then just a nothing level like this took it from me. God damn it. But we have the money. It is a policy choice to not put the money forward. So let's start putting the money forward. $250 billion a year, and by the way, every year that we operate this project, it gets better. It costs less because people are put into a higher economic stratum, and they have more opportunity. They have more, you know, they're able to lift themselves up, as everybody always says. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Well, give me the basic fucking, you know, expense, the necessaries of life, and give me the freedom in order to, you know, pursue my interests and to pursue my economic well-being. Give me that. Don't tell me to pull myself up in the bootstraps while you got your boot literally on my fucking neck. These are the policies that I think, you know, should define the left. I don't know what they are on the left. I don't know, because people don't fucking talk about it. They don't actually talk about it. Like, in general, you'll hear people say, you know, national socialized healthcare. Okay, but what does that mean to you? What exactly is the policy? What is the structure you're putting forward? Because we've all been victim of this game before, when one, Mr. Obama told us all in an election cycle that we needed to change our healthcare system, change, and then the change was, you know, making it so that it's illegal to not do business with the private for-profit corporations that caused the problem that made the change necessary. That's not... If he would have told us what he was doing, we might have not agreed. We might have not... Personally, I didn't vote for him the first time around, so I wasn't fooled. But it's fair enough if you were... Christ. Well, that's the run. That's the run. We'll run to 7-2. How we doing? Live stream break time. It's coming. I got another 10 minutes or so. It's enough time to grab a new PB. It's only a 13-minute run. What else have we got? End homelessness. Finland has already, has proven a system whereby homelessness, as far as I'm concerned, is eradicated if you just implement the system that Finland implemented, which just provides homes to the homeless. It just gives you get an apartment, now you've got a home, and now you're not homeless anymore. And what it does is there is still a homeless population, but the population that remains is truly willfully homeless. They are homeless due to choices that they are making, that there's nothing that you can do. It's their choice. You have provided them the option, the access, and you haven't gate-kept the access. That's the important part of Finland's process here, is that you don't say, well, you have to be involved in, a drug recovery program if you're on drugs, or an alcohol recovery, or a gambling addiction. No, it's just, you need a home, we provide you with a home. No, you don't need to be proving that you're trying to find work. You don't need to be proving that you're, need to be pissing clean into a jar for us to know that you're not on drugs. You need a home, you get a home. And it works, because you're providing people with opportunity and access, and they do manage to lift themselves up out of the shitty situation when there's, when you've got a damn good chance that when you flip that coin, it's going to come up heads. People actually do, homelessness does solve itself. Once you have the opportunity to get up and out. Really nice pace in there for World 4, says Yen T. Oh, well, I didn't even notice. Thanks for noticing. Someone should. But yeah, there's already identified solution to homelessness as far as I'm concerned. And we merely need to implement it, and it doesn't cost money, it saves money, because the costs associated with having a homeless population that every year, I believe, it's 1%. It's basically 1% of the American population. Can you fucking believe that? Homelessness, in the course of a year, 1%, 1 in every 100 Americans will at some point be homeless. And on any given night, there's 500,000 people in this country that are homeless. That's fucking crazy. People like to play off, they like to dance around the numbers and pretend like, well, there's a lot of people in the country, so the numbers seem big, that kind of thing. So, alright, let's break it down to ratios. 1 in every 100 Americans experiences homelessness at some point in the course of a year. Does that sound like a functioning economic system? That sounds like, well, everything's fine, don't need any major changes, we can leave things as it is. 1 in every 100 of us becomes homeless at some point in the course of any given year. Holy fucking shit. That's we have major problems, and shit needs to change in big ways. Because that's just homelessness. That's the bottom. Is, slightly above died in an alley, is living in an alley, is homelessness. But there's so many other fates that are actually technically above homelessness that you can be suffering through. Poverty and low income and everything in between, where technically you do still have a place to sleep at night. But 1 in every 100 of us is that's horrific. That cannot be, and you cannot argue that we have a government that is of, by, and for the people, when no one in our government, not on the quote-unquote left and not on the right of the government, neither the Democrats nor the Republicans, are proposing any major sweeping overhauls to the structure of the American economy. Neither are saying that we need to, address this problem immediately. Neither. It's just not on their radar. They're not interested in it. 1 in every 100. You know how many of us is living in poverty? 1 in every 10. And that's if you're lucky enough to be white in America. 1 in every 10. It's 1 in every 5 if you're black, living in poverty. Poverty, okay, I like to point this out when I talk about poverty. Poverty is the state in which you do not have enough money to live. Okay? You do not have the income requisite to maintain your own existence. That's poverty. You are basically in some kind of level of food scarcity, and the way that we deal with that in this country is we have like a series of systems that are actually they're all a nuisance to apply to. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't want that. I don't want that fucking jump. Stop it, game. I want to fucking walk out of 1-6 without doing the fucking PTB because because it wastes my fucking time. Stop it, game. Poverty, 1 in 10. 10% of us in a country of 360 million, something like that, 36 million people in the United States of America do not have enough money to exist, to just pay for their own existences. And so we have a SNAP food benefits where we help you get the food that you need, and then we've got healthcare benefits that step in and provide you with the healthcare that you're not allowed to have. That instead of just having this as a federal system, and you can you're guaranteed to it and assured, every single state has to figure it out on their own with some amount of funding coming from the federal government, but it's not. It's just it's a nightmare and a mess. These are all things that every human being needs. When you're sick, you need a doctor. When it's cold out, you need a house around you. Honestly, even when it's warm out, you need a house around you. These are just the things that we all need, and yet we cannot come to the agreement that we all need them. And I think the truth is that no, we are in agreement that we all need them. But the rich, as always, there is a caste, there is a group of people who have an undeserved, unearned amount of power over the lives of the rest of us, and it is in their best interests to keep us from coming together and saying, hey, why is my power company a for-profit corporation that's traded on the stock market? What the fuck is that about? We all need power, and if a power company is going to be running a fucking nuclear fucking silo, I think maybe that should be overseen by the people, considering how much danger there is there, instead of just trusting that a corporation will, they'll probably do it good. They'll probably, value the safety of the population that lives around the nuclear power plants, which, by the way, in Detroit, our nuclear power plant is just 35-40 minutes down the road, south of here. If it went, Detroit would be, in the irradiated zone. It's the same reactor design as the ones that went up in Japan. Same exact make and model. You check the UPC code on it. Our nuclear reactors are the same ones. Fuck, now sometimes I do it and I don't mean to do it in one sense. They're the same ones, okay. Which is, is nothing. It's like, alright, but what are you gonna do about that? It's like, you designed a nuclear reactor power plant, it's there, you're relying on it, it's in place, you patch it up, you try and learn from what happened at the other place, you just avoid it until the end of its life, and then you shut it down and you try and make a better nuclear reactor. There's nothing you can do about that. What are you complaining about? I'm complaining about the fact that the current plan, the current proposal, is to run our nuclear reactor, the Fermi reactor. I did it again. Is to run the Fermi nuclear reactors, 20, 30, maybe 40 years past their lives, past what they were stated as being their life cycle when they were proposed to be built. When they were being built, obviously, they were voted on, and are we going to allow you guys to do this? They're real dangers to our communities. And part of the thing was, all right, but after 40 years, you guys gotta build a new one. Not gonna use the old shit forever. And because there's money in it to be made, by not upgrading, not updating, save a lot of cash, the for-profit corporation that is allowed to be this kind of middleman, but it's such a weird relationship we've created in America. We've allowed these for-profit entities into utility spaces, and so they're private for-profit, traded on the fucking stock market things, but they're also semi-public utility. Everything that they do has to be approved by a committee, a council, a board meeting kind of a thing, representatives of the people. But the board is always like assholes who don't represent the interest. It's just such a fucking... It's all a show. And really, what we need, what the obvious solution that we should have is that every power fucking station is property of the American people. We all need electricity. There's no reason why we should be paying a markup on it. We all need a rail infrastructure that delivers goods from one side of the country to another. There's no reason we should be paying a markup on moving things across the country. We all need health care. There's no reason we should be paying a markup on health care. These are the things that absolutely everybody needs. So why in the fuck would we allow private for-profit corporations to tack extra charges on top of it, charge us more so as to, steal the money away and call it their profit, which is just extracting value to an investor class? What the fuck would that be about? There is no justification for a government of, by, and for the people to have established structures like this. Except that the government is not of, by, and for the people. It is of, by, and for the investor class, and it is representing their interests. But so as to not get sidetracked by, the whole who's responsible for this, and, look at these assholes thing that I've been complaining about, I'm here talking about what I think the policies should be. And I'm saying our public utilities should be property of the public, managed by the public, owned by the public, and no one makes a profit off of them, and no investor class asshole gets to buy a pool off of the money that they made in part, because, are you fucking kidding me for one? Because, they were allowed through some convoluted process that's made to look as though there's representation of the people, but there really isn't. They were allowed to make, they get to buy their pool off of the money that they made from the cost of heating your home in winter being more in the state of Michigan. That's fucking ridiculous. It's redonkulous. Surely we can all agree that there should be absolutely zero profit. That no one should be getting rich off of the people being able to, fuck you in the ass, you clit sucker. No one should be able to profit off of the necessities of life. The bare, basic necessities of life. You want to go into business making fucking soda pop and bubble gum, and comic books and whatever else, things that are unnecessary, things that are needless, things that they're not water, they're not air. You want to do that, you want to try and make a profit off of selling it, but I changed the color of the wrapper, and so now it costs more because more people will buy it, because people are fucking stupid like that. That's fine. You go ahead and you make your money off of stupid people. When it comes to whether or not we live or die, when it comes to whether or not our children have, you know, school lunches or school at all, or health care, or whether or not, you know, we've got homes, whether or not we're forced to live in poverty, frequently because of generational, you know, racism, misogyny, shit like that, governmental influences that kept certain groups of people from having the opportunities that other groups of people did. When it comes to these things, sorry, no, you don't get to profit here. When it comes to prisons, we're not going to create a profit incentive by allowing private corporations to run the prisons where they make their money off of keeping people in prison. And also, by the way, the prison gets to, you know, they keep the reports of whether or not people have been, you know, is it good behavior, or do they need to spend a few more years in here? Well, turns out, our corporation actually makes money by keeping people in this prison. Kind of has a vested interest. Number one in... Ooh, did you see? This is weird. I'm gonna cross. I think I can make it. Oh my god, last fucking second I couldn't make it because of that hammer. Yeah. We need to go to a live stream break anyway. You know, in addition to having a vested interest in trying to keep people in prison for longer, the private for-profit prison has no interest in reforming, has no interest in, like, providing opportunity to people who have wound up in prison, which is usually a good indicator that they didn't get a lot of opportunity in the first place, you know? That they had to resort to criminal activity, that in their neighborhood the only way that you had a chance of even getting up and out was to do something not quite, you know, on the up and up. So as opposed to providing them with opportunities toward education or toward, you know, job training and stuff like that, and let them know that when you get out of here, you know, you're going to have opportunities that you didn't have in the first place, because instead of that shit, we'll just have a big fucking cage where the people who maintain the cage make more money the more people they can get to stay in there and to keep coming back to it. Gee, that sounds great. That sounds like we could just have a revolving door prison system where people have no opportunity, resort to crime, are caught, go to prison, learn how to be better criminals, exit, get caught again, go back into prison, are held there for, you know, just provide the people, the least amongst us, with no opportunity. Good idea. Sounds like a great thing. Sounds like the kind of thing the American people would be on board for. Wait, no, it doesn't. It sounds like the kind of policy that was invented of, by, and for the investor class and the rich to make more profit off of the miseries of our lives. And on that note, meet me back here in 7 minutes for more Clustertruck Speedrunning and whatever the hell else I want to talk about. Don't go anywhere, Paw, not out.
Down in the dungeon, I dig like digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole to freedom. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole to freedom. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole to freedom. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole to freedom. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole to freedom. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole to freedom. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole to freedom. I've been
Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. We're playing Clustertruck today. We're speedrunning Clustertruck today, and we're talking about the actual policy proposals of the left in politics, what it represents to be on the left, and what we're lacking. And what we're lacking is normalcy. It would just be very nice if on the left side of politics we could be less shouty all of the time. about what's lacking, what's missing, what we need that we don't have. Where did that go? Bring it back. Hello. Where the hell's the... There it is. I don't know how... When did I hit Alt-X to make that go away? Okay. Back in. What we lack on the left is just normal representation of our political ideals. And so I've been trying to roll through the list of them and state some of them. So, you know, end of homelessness by providing people with homes, which means providing people with, doing what Finland has done. All right, simple as that. In case you're like, well, what exactly do you mean? Well, just look at what Finland has done. Finland's operation for eradicating homelessness. It worked. Let's just do what they did. Ending poverty in the United States of America for $250 billion a year, more or less. We can end poverty by simply providing every household in the United States of America that does not have an income that breaches what we would consider the federal poverty line. We can just provide them with what they lack in income in order to meet the federal poverty line. By the way, that solves the homelessness thing right there too. That's a very interesting way of solving homelessness, is just if you don't have income necessary, then we provide you with the income that's necessary. But that just ends homelessness. $250 billion is not that much to the United States federal budget. It is equivalent to the personnel budget of the military, and we can keep all of that, military personnel, just get rid of some military hardware. Stop doing 1.6. But, there are costs to be cut when we have a military structure that is as oversized as it is. $250 billion. It is a policy choice to spend it on guns and weapons and bombs and things like that. And that policy choice, by the way, isn't about warmongering. It's about serving the interests of the capitalists, of the investor class. It's about keeping the military-industrial complex going. It's about selling and buying bombs and guns and missiles and all that shit. It's not really about the bombs and the guns and the missiles. Even the wars that will be fought, that are fought with the bombs and the guns and the missiles, are more about consuming inventory so as to make room for the new design of the bombs and the guns and the missiles than they are about, war, than they are about any, is there a justified reason for going to war? No, of course there isn't. The reason is, we got backstock. We got backstock on the old stuff, and, the corporation wants to sell us the new stuff, and we want the corporation to continue developing new stuff so that we've, got the new stuff. It's all a fucking economic circle jerk. And the people being jerked are the investor class. They are your rich. They are the folks, they are the CEOs, and the people whom the CEOs answer to. But that's neither here nor there. So, policy proposals of the left, we're ending homelessness. We're ending poverty. We're providing health care for everybody, all the way, all the time. Now, systems of healthcare, we would need to model that after successful systems of healthcare, national socialized systems of healthcare, single-payer systems of healthcare that exist elsewhere. It is a complex thing. Most, free healthcare, quote-unquote, systems involve a little copay, a little surcharge when you go to fill your prescription or something like that in order to keep the system running, and that's fine. But what we're talking about here is getting the for-profit, the bastards out of the way between you and your doctor. And oh my god, imagine, like, this is what I would want to say to, like, doctors across the United States of America. You know what hell you're currently living in, where, like, your practice is basically defined by the types of healthcare that you take. You imagine, like, what it would change, how much it would change to be a doctor with a private practice in the United States of America if, everybody just had, like, single-payer healthcare. God damn it, stop doing fucking 1/6. Just, like, your entire life, your whole staff is dedicated, it's, like, probably 60-40. That 60% of your staff is dedicated to pushing the paperwork that needs to be pushed in order to get the insurance to pay for the thing and and to authorize the 60% of your staff, 60% of your day, a huge amount of your mind's energy and your space is dedicated to what do I have to do to get the insurance to function for these people in order to get them the treatment that I know that they need. Imagine we just take that out of the job. And now your doctor is just trying to be a doctor. You don't have to consider, oh, well, this, that, and the other thing. They know, like, the procedure is the same every time. There's a, clear list of what they can just prescribe from, and it's just, oh my god. What they can prescribe without having to, like, justify it to a fucking internal, all that kind of shit. If it's just the American people's healthcare system providing what's needed and wanted for the American people, holy shit. You'd end up with doctors that aren't, like, drive-through McMedicine. You get back to a place where your doctor can actually, like, take the time in the office with you to truly understand what's going on before they start, ordering tests and shit like that. And you'd be getting, what you actually need as opposed to what the fucking insurance will cover, kind of a thing. Holy shit, imagine. Hard to imagine if you've been living in America. But yeah, we fix healthcare, no homelessness, no poverty, education all the way through college available, alright? Taking the fucking profit out of things that are just everybody needs them. This was I saying before the live stream. No more taxes. By which I mean no more having to file your taxes. Your taxes are done for you. If you've got a job, you're just employed, then the IRS takes the information that it has from your employer, it does the math for you, it files the taxes on your behalf, and it sends you either a check, it sends you a piece of paper and says, if you agree to these taxes, to the numbers we've found, then do nothing, and it'll take care of itself. Either we'll send you a refund check or you have to send us a check, is what I mean. What else we got on the left? Because those are all, like, little tangential things. We gotta get to fucking... Like I was saying about prisons. There's no private for-profit incentive that can be allowed in the fucking prison structure. We're not gonna have corporations that are allowed to, hold men against their will based on the findings of a judge of the state, and then we hand people over to private for-profit institutions, and then those institutions, like, decide what their day is going to be like, and, like, no. That's, I'm pretty sure that's slavery, actually. I'm pretty sure that's like, oh, you did, so now we're going to hand you over to somebody who makes money off of the fact that... I don't think that this is legal in the first place. It's definitely morally reprehensible. It doesn't help anybody. It doesn't reform any criminal behavior. Quite the opposite. That's another, policy from the left, as far as I'm concerned. These are my policies anyway. Be that we should, any system of any kind of prison or anything that's operated should be the entire focus should be reform. With the general population of a prison, the goal should be to create opportunities so that when the person is released, they will have something to go to as they exit prison other than returning back to the work that got them into the prison. The law, here's a crazy one. See if you like the sound of this one. I'm proposing it on behalf of the left side of politics. The law should apply to everyone, and not just shit. Doing the right side now. Doing the left side now. The law should not just apply, and resetting the run now. To the proletariat, ostensibly. The laws of the land. Hey, if it's going to be illegal to, and I'm just shooting from the hip here, molest children. If that's going to be illegal, then it's going to not matter how much money you have, how many friends you have in positions of power. When we know that you did it, you're going to jail, and you're going to serve a sentence for it. These are some crazy ideas. What if the law, applied? Here's one for me, not just for the left. I don't know where the left stands on this, but fuck, I did it again. I didn't need to either. I had a fast start. We need to get back to an immigration policy of more open borders. When there is a seasonal flow of immigrants seeking work coming in from, Central and South America kind of a thing. People come here and then they go home, is the idea. They come to America to work, they make some work, and then they make some money and they go home to their families in, the country that they were born in, that they when we had these open borders policies, when we had, when we weren't trying to build fucking walls and shit like that, we had the most tenable form of immigration that we've ever had. People would come, seasonal, do work, and then they'd leave. Because they felt confident that they could get across the border, though illegally technically. They could come and they could go. We end up with permanent migration as opposed to, temporary immigration in and out of the country. When you make the process, when you make the security at the border so stringent that people start doing the math on it and they realize, if I get in, I just gotta stay. I did it again. I just gotta stay if I get in, cause it's too dangerous, if I get caught. And so, I'm only gonna risk that border crossing once. This is where I feel on it, and I know that there's new pressures on immigration that we have to consider because of how America, pretty much all by itself, has fucked up the planet. Don't do it. There you go. We now have a lot more South American immigration trying to get away from the equator because you know, we've basically moved the Earth several million miles closer to the sun when it comes to what the temperatures are now near the center of the planet. So I understand that that's in there, but I really feel like a big consideration of immigration policies needs to come back to, you know, recognizing what has worked in the past and what relationship makes the most sense going forward. There's a lot of things that you can say about that. You know, post 9/11 terrorist George Bush, you know, let's scare everybody shit in the first place, that we need our borders to be secure. No one should be able to enter the United States without, and all that kind of deal. You got that. Like I say, you've got the increased pressure from climate change migration, which is entirely our fucking fault, by the way. Entirely. I mean, not ours, but, you know, the investor class who has just done whatever the fuck they want. While the American people kind of just sat back and went, whatever. I got my radial tires, I got my air conditioning. So there is some blame to be tossed around here. There's definitely considerations. I'm not speaking for anybody else. But I feel a priority of immigration policy should also be to encourage the idea of living in a world that was good, of dropping borders, you know, in general. The European Union, I consider the, you know, greatest effort that mankind has ever made to try and, you know, bring cultures together and unite people without it involving, you know, one nation conquering the other, you know, that kind of a thing. Peace treaty. It's a union of nations that acknowledge we're all in this together. It would be so much better if we could travel, you know, across each other's borders. And then they do. Trying to dissolve the borders in the world, break them down, and improve the openness of life on this planet is just a moral good in general. And so, you know, that should be a consideration. It should be part of your considerations when it comes to immigration policy. Mephistopheli said, my thoughts on immigration exactly, and anyone who wants to stay should just be able to stay. Hey, you know, we should be moving toward a world where the lines that we drew on the map, where they're still there, they exist as markers of culture. Markers of, like, the history of these people kind of begins right here. You want to go into this area and you'll see the effects of what their particular culture was like. Fuck you! God damn it! 4 fucking 5. If we're not moving toward that world, then you might as well be part of the, you know, America First movement that I was talking about earlier. You might as well be saying, you know, the white people should stay with the white people, and let's just send the blacks back to Africa, and, you know, women don't need a vote. They need to be making me a sandwich, bitch. You might as well be part of that movement. What else have we got, though, for the left? The only border that should exist is one that cuts off Florida from the rest of the world, says Mephistopheles. I am on board. So we're ending homelessness, we're ending poverty. We've got plans for how to do that, and I've laid them out. I'm not just saying these words. We know how much it costs, and we're willing to spend it on ourselves. Because it really is us spending our money on ourselves. We're going to reform, the structure of the government is what I propose, but campaign finance needs to be not just reformed, it needs to be revolutioned. We need to have limits on how much any, individual can spend on an election campaign. We need to get the corporate money and the dark money from billionaires out of our fucking election cycle. We need to separate, the people's government needs to be of, by, and for the people. And the way that you get it to that, because it isn't that anymore, if it ever was, really. But the way that you get it there is you have to remove the influence of the investor class. You need to remove the corporations and the CEOs and the rich, the uber rich, from being the source of funding for our political parties, to by marketing, to convince people, mainly by name recognition, to vote for their guy. We need to have, a government that is representative of your local interests, even at the federal level. And the House of Representatives does that in theory. And I feel like if we put if we invest in the House of Representatives and kick the fucking Senate to the curb, which has always been a cigar club for, spoiled rich brats with fucking trust funds, whose daddies had decided before they were, while they were still sucking on the tit, that they were going to be the leaders of the free world. We get rid of the fucking Senate, we invest in the House of Representatives, we expand the House of Representatives, and we make all of our federal elections that much smaller. Every election for a post that ends up going up to the federal government, if it's, if we go from the 400 and some representatives that we have in the House right now at a federal level, yes. If we expand that, it just means that the districts, the regions that each representative covers gets smaller, it gets more personal, it gets more local, and so the people who represent you at the federal level can end up being people who from, seeing at the grocery store that you all shop at, kind of a thing. It can be people who at least from your local television, and importantly, the influence of corporate money, even though, we gotta make laws to get the influence out of there in the first place, but it becomes harder to do. Harder to... Shit. You can't just pour, a bunch of money into one of two candidates and end up with control of the American people's government the way that it exists right now. You end up with a multitude of candidates that aren't just represented by two parties that are both getting their money from the same fucking place, and they all exist locally, and even if the money were still in politics, even if that dark money and that corporate money and those billionaire dollars were still in our politics, it would just be, they'd have something to compete against now, because people know people from their local area. Somebody who's been part of, your local politics since you can remember, who runs for your... a federal seat in your house, in the House. God damn it, come on, 4 or 5. Suck my fucking dick, 4 or 5. Oh my god. We haven't gotten past 4 or 5 in the past many runs now. People will be able to put up a fight, is my point. against the corporate dollars by the fact of, you know these people. They've been around. They're part of your fucking community. They're part of your church. They've been in local government. You voted for them in past elections, stuff like that. Even without any other effort to get the corporate funding out of government, this policy of just expanding the House and shutting down the Senate implicitly kind of solves a bunch of issues that we have right now over time. So that's my personal proposal, is shut down the Senate, get rid of the old boys club, expand the House, and introduce, campaign finance laws. Real campaign finance laws without loopholes that aren't designed to make it seem like something is being done when nothing's being done and everybody keeps getting the same amount of money from the same places. Quit making it a fight to see who can fundraise the most in order to find out who's going to be the president of the United States of America, or who's going to be, your congressperson. It needs to be about, what do they represent, what are they saying, what are they proposing, what are they promising on the campaign trail. Right now, they don't propose anything, they don't promise anything. If anything, they avoid taking a position, they avoid letting you know what their policies are, because if you don't know what their policies are, you'll assume that their policies match your policies. That's how they work you. That's how they manipulate you. That's how Obama got you to vote for fucking him. He said he was going to change healthcare, and you're like, yeah, cool, that's what I want to happen. And you didn't think to ask, hey, how do you want to change healthcare? Oh, cool, you want to make it like car insurance. Oh, that system we all love, where we're forced to continuously invest in for-profit entities who only make their money when they deny us of our claims. We're just gonna fight you at every fucking turn to get access to what you've paid for. Oh, good. Thank you, Mr. Obama. Thank you for having provided us with this improvement to the situation. Now we're stuck with this for-profit bullshit for, the next 50, 100 years. Oh, thanks. Thank you. What a great guy that fellow was. Oh, I can't wait to vote for another Democrat. Since they represent the interests of the people so much more than the Republican Party, who get their money from the same place and have the exact same economic policies. So what a difference. What a huge... Whew. What else does the left have? What else is the left proposing? We should also switch to proportional representation system for the House of Representatives. So instead of having the weird electoral college math and that kind of a thing, something that just a nuance of districting that gets ignored, because what you usually hear about districting is, one of either party really, but usually the Republican. One of these two, pricks, has abused the districting system to draw the map in such a way as to cancel out, millions of people's votes, or something like hundreds of thousands of votes, by injecting votes from the suburbs into a urban district and shit like that. Something that people don't usually hear about when it comes to districting is that there are good reasons for districting. Where you have minority populations who are underrepresented, districting helps to give those populations a voice that they otherwise wouldn't really have in an election. By bringing those populations together, by drawing the lines around them, so that, all Puerto Ricans in a certain borough kind of thing can be counted together. There are genuine reasons to group underserved minorities together. There we go. That does. In these districting maps. So there are I just like to point that out when I think that that's, you know, coming up in conversation, because they're not just tools of oppression. They are just being used as tools of oppression. Woo! I was very close. Got real low on that one. But I nailed it. We should definitely never have a President of the United States of America, okay? Who, this is my opinion, we should never have a president. Honestly, we shouldn't have a president at all. But if we're gonna have a president, we should not have one who was not elected, who did not get the popular vote. That's goddamn ridiculous. That is utterly goddamn ridiculous. Oh wait, I should not keep pushing on this if I didn't get it the first time. The president is meant to represent everyone in the country, all of their interests, all at once. It's not a single state or a, you know, that's just ridiculous. Every individual vote should be counted when it comes to the president, and if you didn't get the popular vote, then you're not the president. That's it. I don't understand. Like, I can argue for districting, small, like, wrapping the states up. That is just a way to disenfranchise people from their votes and from their votes mattering, you know? All of our federal elections come down not to, you know, how did you vote, but what state do you live in, and is it already locked down? That's idiotic. It's the presidency. It does not make sense to do that. That doesn't go. There's not an argument. There we go. It should be a popular vote. It should be one man, one vote, not one state, one vote. Oh, I'm not supposed to do this. I just went. Yeah, baby. Oh, you think I'm in hell? You fucked up at some point. Alright, well, never mind. That's why I'm getting these golds, is they're wrong, so I have to throw them all away. We're already well behind, but I would have completed the run. So you can't gerrymander a state if you take the total number of votes across the state and give the parties a number of seats based on the percentage of the votes they got. Yeah, I just bear in mind that districting can have a good use. I don't know how that fits in or doesn't fit in. It can have a role in trying to get representation to underrepresented communities. What else have we got? Like, left politics. Right, what are the proposals of the left, not the complaints of the left? That's what I'm trying to put together here. You know, in my mind, the left, what represents leftist politics does come back frequently when I'm trying to think of, like, what else. I literally just say, what would Jesus do? Because, you know, Jesus' whole thing is just care for the least amongst you. That's how you serve God, and if you don't do that, then you burn in the fires prepared for the devil and his angels. And so it's, like, pretty easy for me to just go, okay, so how do we care for people? And go through, like, Jesus' list. And he's like, nobody should be hungry, nobody should be thirsty, nobody should be naked, nobody should be homeless, nobody should be abandoned because they're sick or they're in prison. No one should be left to rot because they're sick or they're in prison. And isn't that crazy that, like, we have managed to come up with this private for-profit prison system that has been pushed strongly. I mean, both sides have just, they love this whole, you know, privatization thing in America. The Tony Blairing, the Margaret Thatcherist, the Bill Clinton switch, where Democrats started working for the same corporations that Republicans were working for, and just gave up their, you know, economic philosophies entirely and said, yeah, no, privatization, let's fucking do it everywhere too. It's crazy to think that, like, the support you get for something like private prisons in the representatives of this country, when one of the things that Jesus taught in this pretend Christian nation was that specific as to say, you know, if you don't visit and care for and minister unto the imprisoned, then you burn in hell. Teaching of Jesus. It's just wild to think that that's even in there, you know? Sure, you know, if somebody's hungry, you give them food. If they're naked, you wrap them in clothing. If they don't got a shelter over their head, you put a roof over their head. You know, this is all, and then he gets to basically covering healthcare and the prison system, saying, you know, if a man is sick or imprisoned and you visit not unto him, then you get to go to fucking hell. Public execution of anyone with a net worth over 100 million. That's you know, I'm for it. Wow, that was a hell of a 1-1, starting at 4.6 second clear. You know, I almost hate, like, getting into the whole unionization kind of thing, because I just hate the idea that, I think unionization already kind of half surrenders the idea that there should be a class of rich people who get to decide, you know, how our lives are ordered, right? And then it's like, well, then what we need is for the people to be the workers to be able to get together and argue on their behalf, of, you know, sitting across from and opposed to the investor class and the ruling class. And, like, this is just so weird that that the idea of unionization, like, already surrenders the ground of that it's, like, natural and normal and of course necessary for us to have a ruling class making decisions over us, whose interests are to, you know, steal as much of our paychecks from us as possible. And the way that we fix that is to just, you know, allow at our government level for the people to get together and form a countervailing interest to keep their money. And it's like, why should you have to do that? Why should you have to organize as individuals so as to, you know, get the lion's share of the money that your labor produced, that you earned by working? That, I feel like it already surrenders ground. Be like, we need more unions in this country and stronger unionization and for the government to back the unions. Like, why doesn't the government just make some laws that stop the corporation from robbing the worker in the first place, and then not leave it to the worker to have to put together an extra fucking, you know, after work organization? Like, oh, are you done working for the day? Oh, hey, you know what we could do? We could get together to do some more work of organizing political power so as to be able to hold our employer accountable for, you know, allowing us to have a little bit of vacation time, or, you know, time off, or medical leave, or that our pay should be appropriate to the work that we've done, or... It's like, I don't know, I feel like this needs to be solved further up the chain. You know, and then inevitably, where unionization is allowed, which, get this, you know, in America, unionization isn't actually legal. In a lot of situations, a lot of circumstances, a lot of certain states and shit. Only in the last year did the state of Michigan make it legal again for home health care workers to unionize. They weren't allowed to union. People were not allowed to gather together as a group and self-represent. The state of Michigan had laws making it illegal for people to get together and self-represent against their employer, which was the state of Michigan. Gee, do you think maybe that that's interesting. Huh. Maybe the state of Michigan has a bit of an incentive here, since they're the ones that are paying these people, to make it illegal for the worker to be able to you know, argue and protest and march and you know, join together and, you know, say, well, we're not going to work today, then, kind of stuff. We're going to make it illegal for you not to work, and you're our employee. Like, holy shit. America is so fucked up. How do we not have that in the Constitution? That guaranteed that you can always self-represent, that you can always come together and say, no, we're not going to work anymore until our demands are met. It's fucking psychotic. That there are loopholes, that there are gaps, that the courts have decided that no, sometimes you don't have to ensure that people have their rights. Like, what the fuck, man? It's just not a nation of, by, and for the people. Usually we're at the best when they start literal wars with their bosses. Yeah, when you just light the fucking building on fire, when you... and certain members of the, management team would just go missing in the night. I don't know. But I don't know, it's like the fundamental organization of society is so taken for granted that there need to be, you know, bosses upstairs who steal your money in order for things to function. And it's like, no, they don't. No, they don't need to be there. That doesn't need to happen. We don't need to let them walk out with our money. Like, I'm not saying that nobody is allowed to, you know, make more wealth than the next guy. I'm not saying that there aren't certain contributions that... shit. That are worth more than others and all that kind of a thing. I'm saying that there's no contribution that you can make that's worth $1 billion, or even $100 million, or even $50 million. No individual man's labor, in the first place, and I don't think anybody can disagree with this, is worth millions of dollars. And if it were someone's labor, someone's work, someone's contribution to humanity, then surely the people who are supposed to be getting paid the most are the theoretical physicists. You know, the Einsteins and the Rosens and stuff like that, the people who have literally unlocked the tools of the universe that have allowed us to live in the technological age that we do. But the scientists are not the ones who make the money. They're not the ones who get remunerated. It's the people whose lives have been dedicated to making money, who haven't contributed anything in terms of labor or intellect. Their goal was to make the money and get the power, and they went out and they tried to do that. And where they were successful, they now have money and power and authority over other people's lives. But they didn't contribute anything. They didn't make the world a better place. They didn't leave us with, the guidebook to the universe that unlocks... I don't think that I should have gotten away with that pass. That unlocks every human being having a fucking supercomputer in their pocket. They didn't do any of that stuff. And pretending like, scheduling meetings or having the ideas or, what they like to do is they say, taking the risk. I took the risk. I took the risk. You took the risk of what? You took the risk of your daddy's money, usually. Elon's dad gave him $40,000 for his first project. Be like, go out there and see what you can do, son. All on your own. Here's 40 grand of Papa's cash. But, he sells it as a self-made man story. But the idea is, like, what the wealthy have managed to convince people is worth, what they have. Is worth them getting to take, 12% of every person's paycheck or something like that and call it their own at the end of the day. No, actually. You have done nothing. You have added nothing. You have contributed nothing. Your main contribution is, like, literally, if you consider it your job to look successful, that's not a job, okay? To appear as though you've been successful so that the other people with the money will think that you're successful so that they'll invest in the thing, not on the virtue of whether or not it provides a needful service or product or something like that. They're investing in it because you look like you're successful. You walk the walk and talk the talk. That's not a job. That's make-believe, what you're doing there. That's shit that most people grew out of after high school. You've made it your career, and you wanna convince yourself and others. Others is the craziest part. That, showing up in an expensive car to play golf with somebody is a job. Dressing in clothing that you could have put several children through school with instead. You could have provided opportunities to people at the lowest economic stratums who never have and never will get the opportunities. Instead, you're wearing Armani, and showing up in a $300,000 vehicle. You have done less than nothing as a rich person. You have done less. You have taken from people who did the actual work and given to yourself and spend an incredible amount of, like, intellectual energy doing some serious gymnastics in order to convince somebody, and I don't know if you've convinced yourself or not, but in order to convince somebody that actually you're leaders of industry and what you do is incredibly important and you're making the big decisions. And fuck you. Fuck you. You ain't worth shit. You ain't worth our time. All you do is leech off of the efforts of everyone else. You have middlemanned your way in to other people's actual contributions to society, to humanity. And you are the reason why we have the food to feed the entire world several times over. But we don't. Well, the problem is distribution. It's the network. Yeah. So why don't those exist? Why don't the distribution because of these men. Because there's no profit in it for them. They don't get anything out of feeding Africa. Feeding the remote regions of Africa. So they haven't built a way to feed the remote regions of Africa. We have the resources. We could be doing it. Could be making a better world. But it doesn't benefit the investor class. So we just don't do it. Thank you for two nonsensical misses. 2 unjustifiable misses. Thank you for that. Okay, good hit. Lots of distance off that hit. Ah, shit. Well, and we're 20 seconds behind, yeah, so we reset. Maybe before... Okay, 2 in a row is nice. Now let's run the whole game back up here and make it 3 in a row. I would also say, here's some leftist proposals. Demilitarize the police, for fuck's sake. You know, at some point, America decided that instead of the police being silly people that you put in little blue hats and have walk around with sticks, they should be, you know, soldiers of fortune. And they now have Humvees and the attitudes of fucking a police state. They really, like, it's amazing the sense of authority and entitlement that the police have, and they're just like, you're public servants. You're supposed to be helping to keep things kind of just flowing nice when there are conflicts and whatnot, but the militarization of the police is just insane. And the worst part of it is it's the mentality. It's the mentality of your average police officer. They have a very wrong idea of what their role in society is supposed to be. And I think that we would do a lot better to put them back in the silly hats and remind them that you're not, that's what you think the job is. It's not the job, okay? You need to go join the fucking military and find out that you couldn't because you're not good enough. You're not competent enough, you're not trustworthy enough. You know, you can't be a Navy SEAL. They wouldn't have you. And you need to stop bringing that fucking attitude to being a fucking beat cop. Sorry. Not sorry, actually. But yeah, we need to demilitarize the police. Stop focusing so much on, like, petty crime as though it's our major problem, and go after, you know, the child molesting rich, maybe, the investment, fraud and shit like that, the goddamn crypto scams, what I'm talking about is the white-collar crime that hurts way more people than, you know, when folks get drunk and make some bad decisions on a night, but then the cops, you know, maybe shoot them in the back. Because that's what they think their role is now. You know, I'm fine with them having a pistol, but it should be a pistol. It should be a 9mm. It shouldn't have a lot of power to it. And if they draw it and use it, they should have to fill out 50 pages of paperwork. Okay? If you ever use your pistol, you have to fill out 50 pages of paperwork, and, okay, you will have to defend your job. If you use your gun, you're fired. Unless you can justify it. That should be like the threat right there. The threat that they're under. If you use your gun, unless you can justify it in a 50-page dissertation. Then you're just fired. Should we just reset? You know, I'm like, the delay that I put in there is intentional to try and get through the first wave of lasers, and it just seems to not really be helping me. I lost 9 seconds there. So I could just walk through 4 or 5. Alright, fuck this. I'm not doing 4 or 5 anymore. If I get it first try, I save, I don't know, 4 seconds? Maybe 5? If I don't get it first try, because I have to wait a little bit for the laser even to put it in, I'm probably just tying the 11-second clear of just walking it out. And if I miss it twice, then it's just time loss. I'm not doing it anymore. What a strange, like, round-robin experience I've had of picking what methods I'm going to, you know, employ, and it's just surprising how often, like, what I was doing before was just statistically speaking correct, you know, like, add in that new method and maybe you can save a little bit of time, but statistically speaking, you're gonna lose 20% more runs. So what's better? To save femtoseconds on a bunch of runs that die more frequently, or consistently get to, you know, the end on stable time. We've got a bunch of time that we get to save out of Force 6. So, fuck 4-5. I'm just gonna walk it in. And this one's gotta come down. Wow. Ah! I fucking stopped it. That pisses me off. Can you tell? Can you tell how pissed off I am that I can't fucking express how goddamn angry that makes me? I stopped in mid-air. I held back so much in mid-air in order to slow myself down so that I wouldn't have any momentum or much momentum left when I made contact with the truck. And then I just slid off of it like the thing was made of fucking black ice. Anyway, as though I hadn't put in the effort to slow myself down in midair. Fuck you, Clustertruck. That shit. It's a nice 5-0. To start. There you go. But anyway, I hope I've put forward some genuine, like, left-wing political... Fuck. I'm supposed to try for this. Proposals as opposed to complaints today. Because I feel like the left is just all too often found criticizing and complaining and not just outright, you know, straightforwardly representing its own ideas and ideals and explaining what it means, which necessarily leaves the definition of left-wing politics, of truly left politics, in the hands of the enemies of... oh shit. Okay. My mouse got flipped into the wrong mode there. Leaves the definition of what left-wing politics in the hands of its enemies. And so you get the whole, like, communism kind of shit, and it's like nobody's just explaining, like, call this whatever you want. You want to call it communism? Then call it communism. I'm talking about, you know, healthcare for everybody. I'm talking about education for everybody all the way to college. I'm talking about no more 1 in every 100 Americans homeless every year. No more 1 in every 10 Americans living below the poverty line. You want to call this communism, you call it communism, you call it whatever the fuck you want. If leftists, if the left wing were just openly talking about what its policies and its proposals actually are, the American people would recognize their own, you know, interests being served and answered. Fuck. And then somehow I clicked out of the goddamn window. That's cool. So I hope I've done that. And, you know, if you think that it sounds like unrealistic or undoable or that kind of thing, I just want you to, like, look at the... like, pull up and look at the budgetary, like, what gets spent every year in America from the budget that we don't have, by the way. We're always spending, like, $6 trillion at this point every year over what we have. I think it's something like that to spend. We're that far outside of budget every single year. And I want you to look at what is being spent on it. Where that money goes. And then tell yourself again, that it's unrealistic to think that we could afford this, or we could change that, or that kind of a thing. You look at what we're already spending, hundreds of billions, what we're already spending trillions of dollars on per year, the policy choices that have been made, and just reflect on the idea, why can't we spend that money on the American people themselves, on the interests of us all, as opposed to the interests of the investors, the people who fund the two parties. And there is no reason why we can't. We absolutely can. It is within our power. The only thing standing between us and doing so is the investors and their monkeys, their tools, their militarized police state, and their politicians that they somehow keep getting y'all to vote for, even when they've tasked their politicians to back a genocide in an election year. You're still somehow able to get on board murdering 100,000 human beings while telling yourself somehow, even though I'm voting for someone who, is supporting this and blocking UN resolutions to prevent it and all that kind of, I'm not actually supporting it. Somehow. What I'm doing is not what I'm doing while I'm doing it. Like, they've managed to convince you of some crazy shit, man. That's all I can say. And it's the same thing. It's like there is a lot of valid both sidesism to be found in this world that liberals definitely don't want to acknowledge. But the ability to tell yourself that you're not supporting a genocide while you're voting for the people who are backing a genocide both morally and materially, and preventing, actions to try and minimize the harm of that genocide. That is the same mentality. That is the both sidesism incoming. Prepare yourself. That is the same mentality of the people on the right who will sit there and tell you in full belief, wide-eyed, just absolutely, they believe it and they want you to believe it too, that when they disacknowledge the influence of slavery and the Jim Crow era, the apartheid state of United States history, when they disacknowledge that as having any influence on Black America's situation as being twice as likely to be found in poverty, and a million other things, by the way, when they tell themselves and they tell you, that's not racism, that is the same thing as a liberal Democratic cuck. Someone who's cucking for the Democrats is convinced that it's the same thing as you being able to tell yourself, I didn't back a genocide when I voted for those people who were backing a genocide. That's not what I was doing while I was doing it. And the racist shit that they're saying on the right is not racism when they're saying it either. It's the same thing. It's like the way that the Republican Party likes to get out in front of get out in front of getting caught at what they've been doing by saying, like, they'll start spreading conspiracy theories about how the Democrats are doing it, and then a couple months later you find out, the people who are really doing it, I wasn't supposed to do this, but we're not doing good on the time anyway, so something like this was necessary. And it's actually a losing proposition, huh? 0.6 seconds slower. I gotta stop doing 4-5. We're done with it. You gotta let me out of here too, 4-7. There's nothing I can do about it. You just gotta choose to let me go. But yeah, the way that you kind of like, your mind is blown when you hear these people's, Like, I just watched the America First people in the little documentary that I started to watch and was like, nah, that's enough. I just watched the America First people talking like they're saying, people call me like a racist and like a Nazi and all that kind of stuff. I'm not a Nazi. You know, I'm not a racist. I just think that this country would be better off if it were more exclusively white. I'm not a Nazi just because you've got footage of me at Charlottesville saying, you know, blood and soil, chanting Nazi things while carrying Nazi propaganda. I'm not that. And the people who are saying it, they mean it. They mean it. They don't think that they're a Nazi. They don't think that they're a racist. They have managed to convince themselves that it's not racism, it's just the way things are. And it is that same denial section of the brain that allows the centrist liberal Democrat voter to tell themselves in the last election, I did not vote for the murder of 60,000 children in Palestine, when I voted for the people who were ensuring the continuing murder of 60,000 children in Palestine. I didn't. I wasn't doing that when I did that. That didn't happen. Wow, this was gold? Yeah, that should be gold. You saw how that came out. Came out like a bullet. So the same way that you feel when you're like, how can these people be so delusional? That's how we on the left feel when we're observing the centrist liberals' ability to delude themselves into thinking that they're doing the good thing and no harm when they just vote for every Democrat that comes down the fucking line without a concern in the world for what their politics are, what they're currently active in, up to and including genocide. Oh, but the part I think I fell off of was that it's the where the liberal cock likes to invoke the idea of this bullshit both sidesism and that kind of a thing. That's the same as how the Republicans will get out in front of the horrible thing that they've done by you know, claiming that the Democrats are the ones doing it, and then by the time it gets out that no, in fact, it's been the Republicans that did that thing, then it'll just sound like it's being turned around on them. You know, that old scheme. Like, oh, you're just saying what we said about you first. Very similar in premise to Democrats kind of getting in front of being accurately compared to their Republican counterparts by, you know, preemptively trying to make it sound like, oh, it's just both sides of them. It's just people claim that there's no difference between us and Trump. It's a good way to not have to answer for the policies and decisions that you and yours make. Just get ahead of it. We're still technically green by 0.1 seconds. I've got time save in sci-fi. Ooh, that was really close. Should have gotten on the spacebar a little bit there to guarantee it. Oh, that's slow. Need the hit. Yeah, baby. Nailed it. Wow, I think I almost missed the goal cube there. I was just a lot higher than usual. Alright, all skill, no luck. I hate that we have to go for this one, but we do. All skill, no luck. Yes, I got it. Finally. And I'm into World 8 with green time. That does not sound good. Because it didn't feel to me like it should be a gold. Whoa. I was looking over at the wrong... Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Focus up. First try, except for the first try, but the first try. Oh, it's fucking all air. Alright, now this is gonna be slow. 22 seconds or something? I don't know. That's a lot of time loss. Nice. Okay, same as PB. Get out far left. Come back. On that one, it wasn't a good hit. Uh-oh. Fuck. It ate, instead of giving me a fucking jump, it just ate my speed. Instead of helping, it hurt. So I got the 9.5. No. It'll take too long to get there. Oh, man. I can't give up two of them. Haha. Yeah, I just gotta... No. That wouldn't have helped. They're just throwing me into the ground or some shit. Well. Whole half a minute behind now. Okay, yeah. No, I didn't touch down 3 of those trucks that I actually did land on. Visually, we could all see that I was touching them, but sure. Low 14, but importantly, managed to enter hell and be 7.7 seconds in 9.3. And then 9.4 is, you know, it's just the RNG at the end of the game. There's very little you can do about that bullshit. Getting, like, you get a bad hit, You either gotta reset 1,000 fucking times waiting for a good one, or you gotta try and make it work. I tried to make it work, and look what happened. But you know, these are the places where the runs end. They're not random levels. They're the RNG moments in the game. So I guess that's a consolation, is that this is my runs die where runs die. Not out of the blue, out of nowhere, for no fucking reason. It's 7:10, it's 9:04, it was 4:05, but we're not gonna do 4:05 anymore. It's 9:07. It's 6, 7? Or is it 6-8? The sperm uphill level. Kicked me out too far to the left, and now we die. Gonna focus on, like, all of my hits being better. Those 1, 2, and 1, 3 were really shit. And it was down to the pause timing. That's what makes them really shit like that. And we are, you know, talking about frames there, so it's not like it's free to do it right. But if I focus up, I should be able to do it better. And then I really should be doing 110 every time. It's just time save. Just like I need to be doing 2-2 every time. Even if I miss it the first time, it's probably just even with what I did in PB. Yeah, pretty much. That's a nice 2-6. And a nice 2-7. Does this go all the way? I don't trust it. Yeah. And we exit forest with a little bit of green time. There's not much more you can ask for. Just a little bit of green time. In fact, I'm doing this 3-3 now is, it's a nice time grabber. Shoot. Got a little stuck in my hand there for a minute. Don't do that. gonna get that 3-9, and we're immediately a big ahead. This is all we want out of the early game. What's this? Whoa, I thought I was dead. Can I stay up and get through? Can, and I did. Uh-oh. No! Okay. It's not how I wanted that to happen. Even when I dropped the truck, it was like my fingers stuttered before it did it. God, I don't understand why it never looks that hard for everyone else to get this. Oh no, yeah, I'm just walking it down. I don't understand why... most runs that I've seen do not have trouble with that. You've got to get it off instantaneously because the lasers are passing. Going under. And sub 12 of the 11.7. Beautiful. Not great, but it does. It'll do, because it does. Okay. Hey. Not really how we do that one. And this was horrible. God damn. Ancient has just fucked me. I don't think it's the... I think my fingers, like... I could see them, like, stuttering more and more and getting weirder and weirder as time went on, and... I think we're in the crosshair of the finger storm now. What? Crosshair of the finger storm. Yeah. Could you mix in a couple of more metaphors for me? Mm-hmm. Just give me a minute. I'll figure it out. Tell me this is a little bit of a sub-11. Nope, just an 11-0. Don't do that. Right. Cool. Kind of risked that. I wasn't planning on it, but in the moment I felt like, alright, I'm gonna do it. And that's why. Oof. Beautiful. That was bad. Bad pause timing. But I can make up for it with that throw. Okay, all skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. No, god damn it. Now I gotta push for it again. Come on. That's the run. That's it. I get 2 chances at 7-10. And it doesn't matter that I carried 13 seconds into the end of sci-fi. And golded 7-7. As I got fucked twice in a row by 7-10. Wasn't bad 7-10. It wasn't like, oh, yeah, I hit that too low or I hit that too high. Nope. Hit them just fine. Just got fucked. They're in a great place. Both of them. And that was with all that loss that I took in Steampunk. I could have been like 18 seconds ahead. Which is enough for me to pick up 2 ranks on the leaderboard. I think if I can save 15 seconds, I think that's what it was, over my 1330, then I take 6th and 5th. Okay, well, cool. The only reason I went for the 1-6 was because it opened like that. I couldn't have gotten the, gotten over the wall if I wanted to. Via the other method. So I used the primary method as the backup. It's an interesting situation. I avoid the primary method in 1-6 because it's a lot of resets. You know, I'm better at it now than I've ever been at it before, and it's still a lot of resets. But if I come in and the backup method doesn't go right, then I go back to the primary strat, which is the one that actually has the potential to save like a second and a half over my usual method. That's a really good 1-9. I can't believe these last 2 hits are red. I must have done some real nice stuff in my PB. Oh wow. Second hit was very good, very fast. Very fast enough to make up for the first hit. Ooh, another bullet. Oh, you stopped me instead of giving me a little bounce I was looking for. You fucking... Boy, I fucking hate that. That level has been able to enrage me more than any other level today. And it's very early in the game for 2-9 to be able to get me, like, super fucking pissed off, but that fucking bullshit, jumpy, floaty... How the fuck are you even still doing this? Like, if I just land the truck and don't touch anything, I come to a complete and fucking stop. But if I'm holding backwards to stop myself, to help stop then I slide forward. So you just have to do, like, the most unintuitive thing that you can possibly come up with in the moment. Because the intuitive one does the opposite of what it should. Bad one, Please. Huge 1-9, love it. And a nice 110 to exit. Good. Like it. Hear the truck like honking next to me as I was in midair. It could have like hit me and I was waiting for it to kind of bang into me and push me in a way that got me killed or something. Yes, another really good 2-5. This time first try. It's not great. Apparently I can get there. See that? See how I just came to a full and complete stop? What are we doing? Why is it taking me this many attempts? Is the truck coming out lower than it's supposed to every time? Okay, well I can get it back here. Now I can't. Now I'm just losing time. Now I'm just resetting the run. Nice one, 7. It's just a nice desert world. Yeah. Wow. That was a hell of a desert. 59, like just sub 1. Sub 1 when you're not doing any whip bounce kind of stuff is pretty good. And the fact that I don't do 1-6, I mean, damn. Okay, well, still alive. I actually kind of prefer it when I get hit to the right like that. It feels like I'll be able to get through by steering right and steering left at the end of it. There we go. Could this be gold? Damn, I can't believe it's not. And here's the big time save. I think I gotta go under. Made it work. Holy shit. Alright, first try 4-4. Just like I always get it, because it's just easy. I don't know. Everybody knows that one's just free. But I never struggle with that. Uh-oh. We're good. I'm worried because That's one that I have so much time to save. And I thought I was gonna botch it like it got botched in PB. And the 11-8. Followed by the horrible 5-1. I throw in a little swag every now and then. Uh-oh. Nope. Made it work. Lost to 5 seconds. Also pretty bad. Cool. Seriously? God damn this level. It never comes off well, 6-2. Like, I get it. Usually without that kind of struggle, but it never comes off good. There's never a speedy 6-2. It's always a slow. Feels like I should have just ran it. Slow it is. That's what I'm talking about. This could be gold. Oh. Guess not, huh? I don't know what I've done there faster, but if you say so. Nice 4-7. Whoa. Can this even be made to work? I was really interested in whether or not I could, like, use the speed. Or if it was just death. Apparently it was just death. Not messing with 7-2, even though we could use the time save after that little loss. Alright. This one just goes all the way. It's like I'm coming down for it, huh? Oh, Jesus. I mean to hit the back of the truck. Uh-oh. Almost out of lev. should have done the fast start here. It's worth going for. Hit. Oof. I was really close to just not working. Here it comes, everybody. All skill, no luck. Killed the run last time. All skill, no luck. Okay. 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 Listen. Alright, so we're behind, which is wonderful. Nope. Too high. Out to the left. Safer. No, doesn't make it. Doesn't make it. Doesn't make it. Makes it. Good. Got a decent 8-8. All I gotta do is steer it correctly. By not steering it at all. Till the very end. Made it. I like my little humming thing that I'm doing more and more lately. I don't know where it came from, but here we are. Here it is. Here I am. What the fuck? Okay, well. We takes it. If they gives it, we takes it. Fell off the front of the truck. Really good one of these. And a really good one of these. Yeah, keep that speed with a little lev bounce. Ah, I thought I had it. It looked so good. I had it first try. Okay, if you've slowed me down, I might as well do one of these. Get the speed back. And we're up. And a nice sub 14. I think our first sub 14 of the Dong Yang slipped in. Didn't even give you the chance. Sons of bitches. They took it away from me. No, you know, our first sub 14 of the day. Where did we lose our, you know, green time? We had green time all the way to the end of sci-fi, and then 710 missed it and was still not that far behind coming into 710. Managed to even hold on through a lot of World 8 there. 8-7, of course. So really, this run's biggest loss was 8-7. Which is, you know, as it's supposed to be. I'm losing my time where I'm supposed to be losing my time anyway. Not 5-7 though. That's that's certainly not. That's another 4 hours of Clustertruck that we've put in today. We have not beaten our non-PB PB. What would our interim PB? That's what I'll call it. We haven't beaten our interim PB, which is 11 seconds slower. It was 13:41, I think. We managed to bring a run in on last live stream. So 13:41 is still the best that we've had since the best that we've had. Yeah, probably actually, yeah, it's literally the second best run I've ever done then, would be a 13:41. Because when I got the 13:30, it all came at once. I got 30 seconds of time save over my last, like, best or something like that. It was huge. It was huge, it all came in at once. So, the runs that we've been putting in, you know, with these consistent, like, these sub-14s and stuff like this, these are in the realm of just my best runs ever. And the fact that we can get a easy sub-14, 1 day's worth of effort, I need a little bit of time to pick something up here, so I'm going to do the 1-6. All of my hits have been horrible. Need to start focusing on them again. Get the timing. Pause timing right, and it'll pay off huge. Like this. Pays off huge. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll just walk to the goal. Yeah, that's curious to actually know that the 13:41 was my second best run ever. And you know, we're getting these high 40, low 50 13s as a normal thing now. I'm definitely consistent enough that I could probably, like, apply to games done quick with a, let's say like a 15-minute time, probably. Because you want to give them your, if everything goes bad, they literally ask you for, like, your 1% of the time. Like, that's how we want you to estimate what your worst run you could possibly imagine doing could go, because, you know, you're live, you're in front of people, there's a lot of nerves on the line. Maybe you traveled, you could be sick from traveling, you could be in all kinds of stuff like that. And you're doing for GDQ, they ask you to give them an estimate. It's like the worst you can possibly imagine doing, but you can still guarantee this time. I think I could probably say a 15-minute time. Although to find out for real and for true, you'd want to do a bunch of no reset runs. Yeah, because it could be something more like 16, honestly. Just thinking that I just reset in World 1. I screwed up one of the World 1 levels. Like, that's... If you ran and you did that everywhere, and probably a... Cool. Probably a plus 15 is still possible. That was one of the most, like, insulting things about Connor's lies and cheats, and it was just like his submission before we get into all of the lying and the cheating and the splicing the runs and all that kind of shit. Like, when he submitted to SGDQ, I'm not supposed to... Don't do that when you don't need the time back. The times that he submitted to do no ability Clustertruck in, I believe it was a 28-minute time to do no ability. He didn't even have a 28-minute time on our leaderboards at that time in the no ability category. Had never submitted one. And now we know that, you know, he didn't submit one because he had to splice them together in order to make them believable. Or in order to, you know, get the good times. But, in addition to having never gotten a 28 run that was, you know, verified by anybody, he had never actually, in all of his submissions to SGDQ, because he had been to SGDQ to run Portal and run other games and stuff like that before, which I guess is probably why they decided to, after they had selected me and he threw a hissy fit on Twitter, why they decided to go back to him was, alright, well, you know, we've worked with him before anyway. None of his runs ever came in under estimate. I don't think he ever made an estimate that he met. And if people don't understand this, the estimate is supposed to be a time that you can't fail. That's what you're estimating to them. They're very clear. Give us your estimate, and your estimate should be a time that there's no way that you miss it. But if you do miss it, you know, we'll still understand. We'll roll with the punches. But your estimate should be something that there's just no chance that you'll ever miss it. Every single run that Connor Ace ever did at SGDQ, for Games Done Quick, came in over his estimate. He was always abusing the estimate system to suggest that he was a better runner than he was, and to squeeze other people who were better than him out. That was the function of saying, I can do Portal in this time, and I can do Clustertruck in this time. And in fact, when he went to Twitter, because they had selected me instead of him, and claimed that he had the world record in the category, which he never held the world record in the no ability category. His world record run was a splice, it was a fake, and he never even submitted it to be judged because he was so worried we'd figure it out. What was I saying? I guess it's... something, and when he went to Twitter, his claim was that, how did this guy get in when I've got the world record? So, like, his estimate of how quickly he could do it was way faster than mine, because I gave them, like, my worst possible imaginable time, which was like 32 minutes. And he gave 28 minutes, and then he didn't beat the game in 28 minutes while he was at SGDQ. I did it again. I did the 1-6 when I'm not supposed to. So yeah, all of those different runners who he, you know, screwed out of their rightfully earned chances to go to SGDQ by lying about what his capabilities were, and then every time that he gets on the show, he proves that he can't live up to it, and SGDQ staff is quite a bit responsible here as well. Damn it, what am I doing? Fuck. He's very responsible back in 2019 SGDQ. for the fact that they had never, like, taken note and penalized him for multiple appearances at SGDQ, claiming that he could run a thing, and then his claims were wrong. Nobody ever, like, came up to him and said, hey, you understand you're supposed to be telling us, like, how long it's gonna take you to do this in the worst case scenario, and you keep missing your worst case scenario. Either this guy is as good as he says he is, but can't perform under pressure, and maybe we should start picking somebody else, or he's just lying. I did it again. I did 1-6 again. That could have been picked up by them a lot earlier. And they could have decided not to have Connor on and, you know, stuck with their first choice, which was me, on the virtue of the fact that he hasn't delivered on a single one of his promises in all of his appearances to date. That should have been a part of considerations. And then, of course, as Apollo Legend and I pointed out in the sort of drama videos around it, SGDQ at that time really needed to start, like, demanding... I'm doing it again. Fuck. I'm just throwing it away because I'm talking. What they needed to do was stop, like, just watching videos and going, yeah, okay, this guy, like, you need to check the background. You need to look in and say, you know, when they make a claim and they say, I'm capable of doing this time, take the literally 12 seconds it takes to go speedrun.com and look up what their best time is on the leaderboard. And if they don't match, then what the fuck, you know? If you want to be really generous, even though you've got, like, thousands of submissions, lots of people vying for these seats, if you want to be really generous, then you contact the individual and say, what's up with that? Why are you saying you can do this faster than you've ever done it according to your game's own leaderboard? You at least question them on it, but more like responsible would be to say, listen, I've got thousands of applicants in dozens of games, hundreds of games, and if I've got a runner here who isn't taking their career as a speedrunner seriously enough to make sure that their times are on the fucking leaderboard when they're also applying to SGDQ, this is an unserious person, I don't want to work with them. Or, you know, worst case scenario, the reason why their times aren't on the leaderboard is their times aren't real, you know, like, these are all places and points at which GDQ staff could have caught, could have, you know, removed themselves from the ensuing drama of accepting a cheater based on a spliced run that he sent to them, who was making all kinds of either disprovable or unproven claims. And I just hope, because I don't know, I've been, you know, after I got fucked by this whole system, I definitely stopped, you know, watching games done quick and you know, that kind of thing. I wasn't gonna subject myself to trauma dump kind of memories. So I don't know what their policies are today, but I sure as shit hope that they do all those things that I've talked about. I hope they learned that lesson from the Connor Ace debacle. Damn it. Just time loss. Good, a 3.2 out of there. I keep getting these 3.3s, and I know that they can be like 3.0s or even sub 3. I don't want to try for that because it messes up my muscle memory and stuff, and then I just get really angry because it's 3.5, and losing fucking time to 3-5. Come on. No. But I do like to see a time that's better than 3.3 out of there. Oh, come on, man. And again, it's a low one. And it's a reset because of that. Man. 4-1 can do it even in any percent. Even in any percent. Now, you're in no utility, you're in no ability, there's always a risk you're running, there's always RNG involved, but you actually just take it slower in NA and NU, and you make sure that you're not gonna, headbutt any lasers, and you exit there with like a 10-second clear or something. Call it good. In any percent, it can still fucking, you just get a bad hit, or you get a good hit. Damn it. It's not, get a good hit, but the lasers just happen to be in a bad spot for you. Yeah, baby. Wow. Nice. Unlikely. It was intentional, and I probably should have slowed me down. I was intentionally going for the wheels of the truck. They give you some wicked speed when you hit them right. They give you some wicked good speed. God damn it. Sometimes you just get into a cycle where your pause timing is off, I guess, and they just all suck for a minute. Okay. Might just be even. Yeah, I might not have lost any time. I actually gained time there, even though it was second attempt. That's how fast that is. Over just like the 8.9, 9.0 method. At least how potentially fast it is. God damn it. I don't know if I make it here. That was one of the fastest I've ever gotten, actually. Beautiful. 310. Alright. Hey, first try anything here. I take it. And then we're not doing 4 or 5. It's, fuck me over too many times today. When I'm on good time, otherwise I got, you know... And look, we're about to pick up like another 6 to 8 seconds or something. God damn. If there's a trick to getting that to actually fucking work first try every time, I want to know. 4-7. It's just a needless time loss, but it's not. They're just right up each other's ass, you know? Bounce off the back one into the front one, and then back to the back one. A little slow, and it was still sub 12. Little swagger here and there, never hurt anyone. Cool. Second try is nice. Thank you. Finally a good 6-2. It just never comes in on 6-2. The hit is always pathetic. It's weak. It's nothing. Not messing with 7-2. Take the 11. Oh my god, what a 7-3. That missile, I had to dodge it. Wow. came out very nicely. Not messing with it. Playing it safe here. Okay. Nice. Thank you. And 710. All skill, no luck. All skill. Okay. Just back it off. Perfect. Doesn't go. That goes. Okay, we got a good hit here too. I'm gonna steer it a little early. I don't want to risk anything. Beautiful. Oh, that's horrible. Just let me out. Alright, a good hill. Damn. I was sure I had it the first time. And this one's a really slow one. Like, so slow I... don't know what to do with it. Like, every time you step down onto the windshield on that one and try and do a pause bounce off the front of it, you got a, like, 75% chance of face planting into the ground or... the pillar that's right there. There's just too many potential issues. Oh my god, I'm so close to not hitting that. Oh my shit, that was so close to PB. Ah, there we go. I am happy to pick up a run like that one. 5 seconds off. There's a good 6 seconds to be saved in 910. 910 was a 12-second clear. I did a backup in my original PB, so yeah. 5 seconds off of just matching PB. And if 710 wouldn't have fucked us, it's PB. Okay, if 9-3 wouldn't have taken resets, then it's PB. Just one level is a little bit kinder. Let me pick up a PB there. But that's fine. I'm super happy to just be a little bit closer to PB there. With now I know my second best time is a 13:35. At the beginning of the day it was a 13:41. Now it's a 13:35. And that just shows the progression. We're getting closer and closer and closer, and eventually we'll get the run. We'll overtake. We'll hang on to the, we came in with 20 seconds of time save on that run. Next time we hang on to that 20 seconds, bring it in. Close 9:10, pick up an extra 6 seconds, and suddenly I got 5th rank. But that'll be enough for this live stream. That's 4 hours and 45 minutes. One more quick look, maybe at the code that I've been doing at my sci-fi chess project. So here's where we are on the creation of my game. I've now got like a little apartment scene that is doesn't have all of the elements in it. In fact, here are all the elements that I've designed for it. Apartment. I have to zoom in because it's pixel art. There's the room, sofa, bed, door, window, potted plant, chessboard, TV is the idea there. And I've implemented a props class that also maintains a reasonable Z order. So we're standing in front of it, we're walking behind it, kind of a thing. Right now there's no hit testing, so I can just walk through anything. And the sub-pixel definitions that I've given this for knowing that that's the exact spot where I want you to switch from being in front behind, that really won't matter anything because this character is going to be locked to a tile grid for its movement eventually. So, and this isn't the character, this is just a placeholder sprite. But this would be like where you walk, I think would be somewhere around here. And so you would walk like this. You have to walk to the tile. When you hold up, you just walk, but if you let go while you're middle of the way to the tile, it will continue to the tile. That's how the movement's gonna be for this game. Very old school. But it's all you need, and it gives me as the designer a lot of control over when events take place and when triggers are hit and all that kind of thing. And there's no reason to give you all that directionality in this type of game. One of the main mechanics is going to be that you have to, go a certain direction, but in order to go a certain direction, you got to walk past somebody, and when you try and walk past them, that initiates a game of chess. Also, I believe when I make my my character, he's going to be 1.5 or between 1.5 and 2 tiles tall. This character is 1 tile tall. That's why he fits underneath the chessboard. The chessboard is 1 tile big. Or maybe even a little bit less than, but he's this character is just a 1 tile. My guy's going to be 1.25, or no, wait, 1.5 or 1.75 probably of a tile tall. Is what I'm thinking anyway. And of course, we've got different scenes to represent, oh, we went to the chessboard. Now you're playing. Trainer Kelly wants to play chess. And now you're playing chess. Yep. That brings us to the end of this live stream. Thank you for joining me on our journey toward Clustertruck PB. We are now within 5 seconds of PB. We were within 11 seconds of PB at the beginning of the day. We have now struck within 5 seconds of PB, and we were coming into Sci-Fi World. I'll have to watch the run back to see just how good it was. How long we kept that time. I feel like we were exiting Sci-Fi World with 20 seconds of time save or something. So, yeah. And Danyan thinks I can sub 13. I haven't even been aiming for sub 13, but I know I can pick up 2 slots on the leaderboard, the any percent leaderboard, by just like getting it down to, I think, a 13-15? Maybe a 13-14? Isn't Sarah's like a 13, something like that? So, but, yeah, sub 13 is, it certainly looks more doable after today. And you know why? Because I am the Ronin Pod. It's better when there's like a me to make a face at the camera when we do that kind of a transition. 13-16, that was fifth place. Yeah, so if I got a 13-15, you know, when I got this 13-30, it was 5th place. It might have been better than 5th place at that time. It was at least 5th place. I don't necessarily remember because there's been 2 different incarnations of the leaderboard. And at once upon a time, my 17-minute and 5-second run before the invention of the pause bounce, 17:05 was 5th place. So, yeah. I think 13:30 was just 5th. And then Sarah, yeah, I think I beat Sarah, and then Sarah shortly came back and got the 13-16. Yeah. Anyway, I will see you at the next live stream, which will be on a Thursday morning, and I mean morning, or possibly even a Friday morning, because this was a Sunday live stream, and it started and ended on Monday. I will see you then. Have a lovely day. Pawn out.